Pretty good.
Did you say you were in Hawaii before you came here? Yeah? How long were you there?
8 years.
8 years, yeah? Which island? Oahu. We were on the Big Island for 3.
Oh. What town? Hilo or?
Hilo, Apalawa.
Oh.
Out there with the locals. It was great. Yeah. I couldn't imagine living on the Oahu. Crazy, crowded.
Concrete jungle.
Concrete jungle in the middle of the ocean. What kind of work did you do there?
After graduating from the university, I worked for the banks, commercial banks.
Oh, good.
I didn't like it, but I was pressured to, Canada.
Product in the bank?
Yeah, like, meeting the quota and stuff.
Oh my goodness.
Sales quota,
Did you get like a financing degree?
economics.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, where did you live on Oahu?
Like close to Manoa, like Kaimuki.
Okay, so if Waikiki's over here, where were you?
Yeah, other side of the canal.
Were you there in the last downfall, last economic downfall? That's when we left, so what was that, 2009,
2008.
10, when it was 2009?
I left 2008.
Yeah, you did, so they
Yeah.
crashed
Yeah,
and you left, is that when you came here?
Army.
Our brother and
Where?
sister-in-law.
Army.
Oh, Army, oh.
I'm like,
Putting their house up, but it's
Army
an operator, they're gonna sell their house.
Oh, so what did
Yeah,
you train for?
don't
in
know
the
how
Army?
strong the operator is
gave me a
because of that.
different job.
Yeah, right, exactly.
They-
Put some people out.
they
and
made me a medic.
And they like closing.
Christine, economic degree and a medic, I love it. Hey, that's a great job, I mean,
I
you
mean,
get lots of jobs with that, right?
they kind of recommended like
What's the
medical
tranquility?
degree, they never go unemployed.
That's right.
Guy. Yeah, real.
That's right, and so
Oh,
here
no,
you are
not
in real estate.
Sebastian, not the builder. I
Yeah.
just wanted to.
Oh,
But, I used Sebastian.
Oh, right.
He
Oh,
was a,
okay. So this is good.
Oh,
Up, down, around.
yeah, yeah.
stuff like that.
The only thing I have to like really
Yeah,
want
he's
is
an interesting guy.
like
It's interesting.
when I show them.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, because I took my chair to my working house. on
Yeah,
Saturday
I'm glad I
morning,
missed
so,
him.
You know what I mean, so you can arrange it exactly how you want. Want to clear a house, then you're back in the car.
But you tell he's very demanding.
So do you think
Nobody
you can
does
tap
the job
into your military sources
Right,
here?
right. Yeah, it's actually.
Times, or what are you
Yeah.
thinking?
Yeah, that sounds like.
That's what I'm looking into, because, you know, like, lots of CCS here,
Yeah. That house.
maybe we
Still-
bring most of the buyers
still
to
doing
the
track.
river.
You know?
My.
Or maybe this area, and like move to the.
That house?
Yeah, that's actually kind of what got me interested in research.
Oh, that.
You got promoted, that
Yeah.
neighborhood,
Yeah, yeah.
like in your house.
Yeah.
Saw that I was showing that.
Women
And I wanted to
the
know
river.
after that was
That used to be at Jack
like,
White, now they're in Core.
Yeah.
And
I don't even.
Rivers, they are all military wives.
Really?
Like, this is so much nicer
Those
than
are
the
really.
new stuff over there.
It's
like absolute cut above, yeah.
Totally, yeah.
You know, it's like, why would anybody buy those, you know? And this one's back too much. Like, you're in traffic. Sure.
Nice.
She comes downstairs.
I mean, there are ways, I mean, I can get in the base.
So, because I'm a Red Cross volunteer. However,
He just locked off.
Yeah. it's-
So-
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have to
one of
build
the
your.
reasons these luck gals are successful is because
No,
they're wives,
it's huge.
Yeah.
they're wives,
Like,
talk to wives.
Hi, I'll just be over in Florida.
Yeah, yeah.
Military, I look on the military side. So what is that one site, AR, it's like initials, right, ARPR or something, but it's
It was interesting.
houses for
It's kind of,
sale.
that's not the first time you've done that.
They're all on that
Third
site,
time.
so they put on,
I got
Terry,
lucky,
from what I
second,
understand,
I
go
wasn't there
use
twice.
that site
Well, then-
as one of the number one sites.
Bill upon
Which
told
one?
him.
Yeah, yeah.
He
ARP,
actually came in and camped at the table with plans, and was like, working.
it's like,
I think that's an interesting open
so
house
I keep
idea, I guess.
watching them
Like,
talking
this
with
builder
them.
and his-
to
Yeah,
try to
you
understand,
saw.
well, they're looking at the living, they're trying to understand
Building
that.
knows he was
Hi,
referring
Catherine.
to,
Oh, I'm in the chair. I'm gonna move.
solid.
I'm right
there.
It's
Too
happening
late,
that
I've
much.
already set my stuff down.
So, yeah.
Fire
If you come up with anything, good, tell me. That's all.
I'm trying to, trying to research.
What's the first one?
They're
Working
they're
on the
qualified
last
for
summer.
360.
Was,
So,
I hooked up with, our property manager, and I put,
they're kind of marginal.
I helped her keep the rentals on
Yeah,
that
they're
site,
not super liquid.
and worked with a lot of those renters that were military folks, looking to rent, and then, you know, talk to them about, you know, do they need to buy,
Oh,
how
the
much
house.
they need.
Yeah, they.
Some of them will come in and rent for a year, and then decide, oh, yeah, the market's good here, they love it here,
Similar to the house.
and then they're ready to buy, so I had a lot, really good experience with that last summer.
Oh, yeah.
Just renters.
They want fireplace, cook your set, the kitchen. Yeah, I was like, guys,
Like that.
let's not ask for everything. They just like.
Our company owns some properties,
So,
like a rental.
yeah, rental houses, so the military mostly want those 3-bedroom townhouses, duplexes. Some want bigger homes, but that's really different. I rented out a lot of homes last summer. Yeah, I'm hoping that, we'll see if I make good enough connections, they might call me if they're ready to buy, you know, that's how it is, right? Just trying to make connections with friends.
Settle in, gradually, sell them.
Yeah. Good weekends, yeah, a couple of them get into the neighborhood, and, yeah, so. It's, yeah, so I keep working that angle because I'd love to, really
It was,
find my way into that.
Yeah, no, I had an open house Saturday. I had one scheduled for Sunday with
For a
my,
military life.
I'm on my own listing, but I, they
So
want to pick it up.
unfortunately, they don't go their own.
June. Yeah. I'll take chances, I don't do
For
it.
your left, Jeff, right, yeah, it's in there. I know, I'm like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Trying to get a little bit.
Tranquility of.
They can do it. Somebody right now.
Oh, you guys do well over there.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Did you guys have a party?
Is that
No
yours?
one was home.
No.
Oh, that's
Still
what
that
you do.
one.
Yeah, right, right. You don't think so?
But I
Oh,
was like,
that beautiful back.
Did you see my signs?
Yeah.
Yes, by Minnesota. Northern Lights.
Yeah.
How was it?
Yeah.
50 says upstairs says my Fitbit. And I'm tired.
My
Shows up.
I
God,
walked,
upstairs.
I did over
She's
50 flights of
a
stairs.
person, like, I'm actually like, having a conversation with her.
Those are God upstairs.
Or it's like.
Like 30 floors,
Oh, wow.
almost 5,000 square feet.
It starts with a basement or all ground level.
Oh, a middle floor with a basement and an upper.
Oh, wow, that's so big. How many square feet of for the entire house?
4,231 square feet.
Family house?
Plus a mudroom and a garage.
And they use some space for like when for just strictly family.
Can you sign in, please? Phil, I stole your pen off your desk. I know. And you know what I'm doing? Look at that face. Okay, I'm just like, everything I know about you is
You know what?
It's such a beautiful day.
You didn't even have to tell me.
no, but you know, it's the only pen you had, so as I'm walking down here, I'm like, I have to get back.
That's not the only thing I have.
Well, you know,
I'm mobile.
Oh, yeah.
you're mobile.
That's a collection of garbage and a monitor. Probably.
You know what?
I can plug in.
You know what? So I want to ask everybody what you've done in real estate since I've seen you last. There's a couple people that I'm really excited to ask. They really feels these for the last, okay? Just for fun.
And start with me.
No, we're gonna leave you for the last.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then Mary Ann Hunt, we're gonna leave you to the next to last.
Yeah.
Because we got a story that we have to share.
Oh, I love
Everybody.
stories.
No, they're legit. That's how you like learn, that's how we learn some real estate.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay, so Stephanie, I wanna know what you've done, can you pop the door, James? I wanna know what you've done in real estate since I've seen you last.
Slept.
Slept, okay. It's selling season, right?
I did an open house.
Okay.
My Fitbit told me I walked over 50 flights of stairs in 2 days. And I am tired, you guys.
Oh, wow.
So pardon my unenthusiastic awesomeness.
Okay, well, I feel good. I feel good today,
It
so
was
we're
pretty good. Met a lot of neighbors, met a
Okay.
lot of lifters that didn't
Good.
want to leave any information.
That's okay.
And
That's okay.
talked to a lot of people. Met one couple, 2 wives with kids, really nice. They weren't interested in having an agent, so I just kind of left it
Sure.
way casual, and we hit it off, and so I made sure they had my card and
Nice.
told them that they, I understood, I could sympathize with how they were feeling because I had felt the same way when we worked with an agent, and that if they needed any help.
So tell me how you felt when you were working with an agent. And tell me, let's chat about that for a minute.
I had some very particular things that I absolutely did not want in my house. And they were things that you couldn't see online, and they weren't in the statement.
Okay.
I did not want a Jack and Jill bathroom.
Okay.
And
Well,
I-
Jack and Jill bathrooms are kind of hard to, they're not that common. So that seems like we should be able to get that for you.
Well, weird enough, most of the houses we looked at had them, like several of them.
Interesting. Really?
That I picked had them.
Now, by a Jack and Jill bathroom, you mean a shared bathroom where 2 bedrooms enter into the bathroom.
Yeah, so you have to go through a bedroom to get to the bathroom.
Oh, very
If
interesting.
somebody else were to use it, you'd have to go through somebody's bedroom to get to the bathroom.
Okay, that's actually not, that. Just so you know, that is not an actual Jack and Jill bathroom. Jack and Jill bathroom is a shared bathroom where 2
Right.
bedrooms.
It's a bedroom here and a
Yeah, but you
bedroom
don't have to
here.
go through a bedroom to get to the bathroom.
But if you don't.
There's 3, there should be 3 doors.
Oh, well,
But point being, I hear what you're saying, she did not want to enter into a bedroom to get to a bathroom. Gotcha.
And
Got
the
it.
other thing I didn't want was a bathroom in the hallway that had a door into any bedroom,
Okay.
especially the master bedroom, because I just don't want somebody going into the bathroom and going to my bedroom.
I totally got you there.
Crazy,
No.
but-
That's why we build what we call en suites. Does everybody know what we're talking about? Master bedroom suites or en suites. We're building those so that the people who own the house have maximum privacy. So basically, you have your own bathroom, your own closet, your own area, and no one, in theory, goes in there but you. You have. Okay.
Anyway, so
okay.
yeah, and I was told that I was being too picky and unreasonable and
Oh, interesting.
several times, and it really annoyed me that she was way more nicer to my husband because he was on all the paperwork, and she wouldn't text me back. I'd have to ask my husband to text her, and so
That would probably totally twerk me off.
a lot.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
would totally make me leave that realtor.
I almost did.
So tell me, then that's the question. That a lot of realtors will get dumped. I mean, obviously, are we sitting there telling our buyers that they're being too picky? This is the largest financial investment they're going to make. They're going to do this about once every 15 years. So are we really going to sit there and tell people that they're being too picky? Is that something that's coming up? Now, by the way, I can think that all day long, twice on Sunday. I can look at you and go, oh, wow. Crazy lady. I don't know that I can get you what you want. I can think that, it just doesn't have to come out my mouth, right?
Right.
Kind of, that seems like pretty straightforward, don't you? Okay,
But yeah,
okay, interesting, okay. But other than that, you walked up 90 set of stairs, you've had a very fit weekend, and you need to go home and go night-night. Okay, I got you, okay. All right, James Sparks, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
Nothing.
I don't believe it.
I had a good weekend. We wrote the first offer. So this home is possibly, has offers that can come in until 1 o'clock. We did have some flippers come through there, so I'm not sure if they're gonna put in offers either. So we almost put in a full price offer, but I have an addendum for a full price offer in case there's some.
In case we get some,
Mhm.
from Multiple.
So I can just give it to them. And the open house itself, I doubled my portfolio.
Oh, so you, of contacts and clients?
Yes. and
Excellent.
Families that come in and really good rapport, and sometimes you wonder if it's really that strong with them or not. They called me yesterday, last night,
Fantastic.
and said, we're at this home for sale by owner, and they're holding the flyer, and while he was talking, he took a picture of it and texted it to me, and he says, I want you to come talk to this owner and set up viewings for us.
Nice.
Right?
Congratulations.
And they have a home for sale also, when they're not working with a realtor, so that's something to me that says they could have just went and knocked on the door.
That's right. That's right.
They
Good job.
chose not to do that.
Good job, my friend.
Totally.
Good job. Okay, I'm super excited.
Me too.
Okay, good job. So really, when you start, and then one of the things that I'm gonna bet, and I'm just saying this out loud, I think you've been very consistently doing the same open house. Isn't that correct on 79th?
I've done a couple in Eagle River, did a couple condos, but yes, I always come back to that one because it looks so good on paper.
Gotcha. Okay, can I make a suggestion to you? I'm really, really, really picky, unless it's my own listing and it is what it is, and I need to open it. I am really picky on where I sit opens. And I'm very particular. So there's a couple, what do you think a couple things that you might want to look for would be when you're thinking, okay, I got to put myself into an open house this weekend. That's not my listing.
Well, price, of course.
Price, of course.
Neighborhood.
Neighborhood, what else?
condition.
Condition would be good. How about a property that's highly sought after?
Yes.
Like area, you mean?
Or maybe, because there you go, say it out loud.
Your ranch.
A ranch style home. A ranch style home, maybe something that's near an amenity that's invisible to you. So if I were to say, Sand Lake Elementary School, does anybody know why there's an amenity there that might be invisible to you? Japanese immersion program. Okay, what about the Winterberry School? Okay, or the other one, what's the Pacific Northern Academy? Okay, sometimes private schools are imaginary to you, or they're invisible benefits that you're really not that hooked into. How about if I said a horse park? Literally, we have a horse park in Anchorage off of Abbott Road. Does everybody know that? Okay. So, I mean, for people who really, if that's a really big deal to you, if you're looking for a horse property, being near a horse park would be like a total win, 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 ding, ding, ding. So remember, when you're picking open houses when you're new, you are picking the open house you're placing yourself in.
Will that be okay to put like a horse park on our advertising?
Yep, as long as it's there. Yep, and you can show where it's at for sure.
Just like how
See what I'm saying? Yeah, but I mean, really, really start honing in on what are people talking to you that they're really looking for. If I'm going to put myself into a condo, I'm going to put myself into the nicest condo I can physically find that is going to check off all the boxes. If I'm going to put myself into a house, I'm going to put my house into the most desirable house that I can find, right? That just seems smart to me, and you seem like smart people. Okay, all right, awesome. I'm really excited about that. And also, I will tell you, consistency breeds clients. Consistency breeds clients. Consistency breeds clients. If you do the same open house weekend after weekend after weekend after weekend, guess what you start to see? You start to see the same buyers in the same price point are out there circling, right? They're looking at houses. So all of a sudden, if they see you once, you're fly by night. If they see you second, they're like, oh, she's in business. Or he's in business. If they see you the third time, they're like, oh, they're a professional. It's very interesting. And I think you'll start to have those conversations if you haven't already. People will start to say, oh, I've seen you before. Then that gives you automatic legitimacy. It's a really beautiful thing. Are you having that?
My husband got stopped at work and somebody asked him if I was in real estate. And he goes, yeah. And they go, oh, we saw her open house signs last weekend. It's cool.
It is awesome.
Sorry, one thing that I was going to say that people like to hear, at least that's what I think, is when you open, you're in your neighborhood.
Mhm.
you're in your neighborhood.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, look, it's 5 minutes from here to here, and do you know about this park?
Exactly.
Do you know about this,
Yep.
Whatever lady, let's explain her yard,
They love that.
Things, and, oh, this is my neighborhood.
Yeah.
And so-
Exactly. And there's some things that you might want to pick up on. One of the things I've always noticed is people are really into recreation. They're really into parks. We're into eating and shopping. Yeah. You know, you have bike trails and things like that. So the more that you, I think you're absolutely correct, Evangelina, the more that you can be like, oh, you know what? This amenity is in this neighborhood. And oh, by the way, who should you be asking about amenities? Where can you go to find out about neighborhood amenities? Okay. What? You go to the Muni, you can do myneighborhood.com, you can do My Neighborhood, right? What else can you do? Ask the listing licensee, read, okay? You guys know how many community councils there are in Anchorage. There's a ton. They have meetings online, They have council, what would you call it? Minutes. There you go. That's the word I was looking for. They have minutes online of community council meetings. Those are super interesting. Now, I'm not telling you to go to a community council meeting, although there's a lot of sellers there. People who really care about their community go to community council.
A neighborhood watch coming to the property
Nice.
and telling me everything about the neighborhood.
Perfect.
Okay.
Nice.
I got his name, just in case. You know,
Sure.
This is the neighborhood you wanna get
That's-
the
you know what?
information from him.
Why
He
not?
lives here for 40 years and
Yep.
he knows
Yep, yep, yep.
everything.
Yep. Vet your open house is what I'm trying to tell you. Vet it. Make sure that it's going to be a win for you, because there's nothing like sitting in an open house. Well, there's two terrible things for me. One is you feel like you've wasted your time. I get that. That's when nobody shows. The other one is when people are showing and they're asking you questions and you legit can't answer the questions because you don't know. Okay, so spend a little bit of time. Okay, so I'm saving these two peeps for the last. So Karen, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
I close.
Yay! Okay, so here's the song we sing. Ready? Money, money, money. Money, 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 money. Okay, I love it. You closed.
I
Yay.
got a nice, clean, no curry smell.
Yay! Well, that's a miracle in and of itself. And I like me some curry. All right. Okay. How have you been, sir?
Well, ma'am, I went to Barnes and Noble
Yes.
trying to research stuff like, how to call effectively.
Oh,
like
great.
doing a cold call.
Oh, wow. Okay. Good for you. I
Just
got
to strategize.
excellent. I have stuff for you for days. You know, before you go buying books, what would I check? What should you come check out first before you go buy a book? To see if it doesn't already exist in my lending library. Okay, now one of the things I will tell you, I do have a lending library, but I'm dead serious about two things. One, I want the book back. Okay, I lend books, but only to people who give them back. And number two, what else? Treat it nice while you have it, okay? But if there's a real estate book out there, I just might own it. So save yourself some money. And I'm a lender. Okay. All right, Aaron, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
Shown a lot of houses.
Okay, awesome.
My brother and sister-in-law are scaling up, so we're working on an offer right now, and I've had 2 open houses over the weekend, so it's been busy.
So you're moving along with the sale of your condo?
Yes, yes, that's happened. We've gotten the repair amendment back. We've got contractors scheduled, picking up a resale certificate today, and everything is in order.
Okay, ordered open title?
Yep.
Open title,
Yep.
great. Okay.
Last week, and spoke with the lender, and they said that everything's great with the file, so we could probably even close a little bit early, but that's probably not going to happen because of the time frame for my seller vacating. So
Okay.
Everything's on track.
So we're starting to sing the money song.
Yeah.
Coming, money, money, money.
It's going to be a good summer, I hope.
Okay, awesome. Okay. All right, so did you submit the offer that you wrote over the weekend?
I just got him to sign in Dotwood this
Okay.
morning.
Okay,
So
great.
I've
Okay, so just putting it
Yeah,
together.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All right, awesome. Now, I do want to let everyone know this, and I want to be very clear with this. Most other professionals do not want to receive an offer through .loop.
Right.
Okay, I'm being very honest with you. They do not like it. They want to receive an offer by email. Okay, and you need to follow up with somebody, email, text them, and ask to make sure that they receive the offer. You don't just send an offer into cyberspace and then just kind of start pacing around wondering if somebody got it. You follow up to make sure they got it. And I have a real problem with people. I need you to understand that you have not talked to somebody unless you've spoken to them. So when people say, well, I left them a message, how many of you have full voicemails? You emptied yours? I want to say liar, liar, pants on fire. I want to go check your phone. I'm thinking it's full. Okay. Should I call? If I call you right now, you'll answer? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Will it go to voicemail? And will it tell me this voicemail box is full? Okay, just waiting for it. Okay, listen to her. But a lot of people's voicemail box is full because they just don't check their voicemail box. You know what they check and see? They check and see who called them. That's all they check. They never go back and clear their voicemail box. Did you know this?
I don't check the voicemail, but I call right away the person who called me.
Yeah.
My voicemail is like half of the stuff, then I just clear it because I know I call back.
Okay,
And they say,
interesting.
did you hear the message?
No.
I know.
Yeah, I know. I love that too. I actually will do that too. But most people are going to call you. They see that you left a voicemail. They're going to call you. And you're going to say, I left this really detailed message. And they're going to be like, yeah, I didn't hear it. So act accordingly. Okay. Okay. But then you also need to text and follow up. And you haven't, don't tell me that, well, I called them and I left them a message and I texted them. You haven't spoken to somebody until you've done what? You've heard their voice and you've had a communication exchange. That's when you've spoken to somebody. And you need to be very diligent and kind of vicious about this, you guys, because this is the thing that makes your offer get accepted or not get accepted. This is the thing that means that you're going to get your contract put through and somebody else is not. Okay. Sometimes you're going to have to chase. Can you believe I had to go chase a listing licensee around the mulberry bush to get my offer into their seller? Would you imagine what sellers feel like when they're out there, not knowing that their licensee, that they have an offer and that it hasn't been presented to them? Can you imagine what sellers feel like out there with crappy real estate licensees?
Because they didn't answer to you, but they answered to somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really big deal. Okay, Zena, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
Open house on Sunday, And I picked, I picked accordingly to those factors pretty much. And
Okay.
vetted the property so I could try to answer everything that might come up.
Excellent.
I had half neighbors, which was okay, fine.
Remember, what are neighbors?
Neighbors are also potential, they're talkers.
Correct. But here's what I need you to know before people, it always cracks me up when people say neighbors are crap and I hate talking to neighbors. You guys, neighbors are listings. Neighbors are listings.
And their information. So
Correct.
when I got a
Good
neighbor,
girl.
I say, so what do you think, and so not engaged with a question about the neighborhood or their school or whatever. I did have a question. He had one little 1031 update with that lady coming talking about 1031. This house that I sat is a 1031 exchange, and I couldn't remember at the moment, if the only thing I remember is that it can slow up the process of the sale. So if I bring
Not
it
much
back-
though.
Not
Trust me when I tell you, not very much. All it means to do a 1031 exchange, does anybody know what that is? That's in the IRS code that allows you, when you own investment, commercial or business property, to sell that property and do a tax deferred sale. Okay? And all it means for a buyer is they have to sign some additional documents. So it doesn't, it's not slow at all. Yeah, it has a couple additional components to it, but it's way more, it has way more impact on the seller than it does the buyer.
They're the ones that have to find. the
Correct,
property that they're gonna
correct.
do.
So for your buyer, very straightforward, you're gonna sign a couple disclosures and additional documents. It's all on the seller for all the real grist of what's going on with a 1031. So buyers should not be scared whatsoever, okay? And when somebody says, oh, this property is subject to a 1031, all that means is the seller doesn't want to give money to Uncle Sam.
Do they need to know
Yeah, they do have to know that because there's some documents that they have to sign.
that? Yeah.
Yes. So, and by the way, if you're going to list a property that's going to be subject to a 1031, okay, that has to be disclosed. Documents have to be in order. The buyer would have had to, the seller will have to go identify some properties, okay? And the money has to be with a safe harbor. There is no one better at this than Sharon Elliott. She is the Alaska Exchange Corporation. She is freaking brilliant. So do not hesitate. And by the way, if you're selling a property that is an investment of someone's, the first thing that you ought to be talking to them about is, have you considered a 1031 exchange? Okay, because otherwise they may be paying short-term or long-term capital gains.
I just had that conversation with someone on Saturday.
Okay,
Clients that showed up at another open
Yes.
house, and I'd met them before, and I had their information.
excellent, good.
They want to buy investment property.
And guess what, guys? Saying 1031 exchange, being able to just, and you don't, please trust me, you do not need to be an expert on 1031 exchanges. Sharon Elliott has to be an expert on 1031 exchanges. You just have to know they're an option and that they exist. That's all you have
And
to know.
have Sharon's phone number.
And have Sharon, okay, there you go. Third thing, you need to have her phone number. She's in our, Sharon Elliott. Sharon Elliott, she runs Alyeska Title, and she's considered the guru.
What is the name of the advisor who works with her?
I'm sorry, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but we'll get his cards. We'll walk in there. Okay?
I learned this 1031 exchange from Dave Aquino.
Yes,
He talked to me about it
yes.
briefly, but
And we're gonna actually there's gonna be a portion of this class that we're gonna have Sharon come in or the other guy, and they're gonna go over 1031 exchanges. So you're gonna know a lot more about them. Yay! It's when we talk about investment property, we're not there yet.
I don't even ask the question I was.
Okay, you sure?
Well, it's a safe harbor, holding the money in safe harbor, does that mean?
That means that the seller cannot have touched it. The proceeds have to be held away from them.
Right,
So basically, I have to deposit my proceeds with a third party.
Right,
That's the safe harbor.
when it closes.
No, when I can't have ever touched the money. If I touch the money, I don't qualify for a 1031. So if I receive the proceeds, I automatically disqualify myself from a 1031. So I have to have given the money to an IRS safe harbor.
Yeah, right, so like once you sell the property, if somebody buys it, you get the funds for it, the funds from that have to be held in safe harbor.
Correct.
And then you have to fund another property,
Correct.
buy it and use those funds.
Correct.
Yeah.
But you can never touch it. If any of that money comes to you, then you miss the boat. Yes, ma'am.
You have to identify the properties
Before. We're getting way too far in this weed, but yes, you do.
and you have 6 months to get purchase.
Yep,
If
and
not,
then you have to pay the taxes.
I see.
There's time limits. We're
Yeah, I see.
getting way into the weeds on this, guys.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Okay, so we're getting, but, okay. All right, so I'm coming back to you two. Honey Kim, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
I made a profile, a bio,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm good with that now. And my husband thinks I sound very much like a nice person.
Well, as long as your husband thinks you sound like a nice person, half of this job is selling us to your other half.
He's like, you really are.
Yeah,
So-
I know. Winner.
So,
I
it took me
know.
10 years to figure it out.
You sound like a nice, oh my God, well, you sound like a nice person.
Yeah, like,
You need to get your boy a hug in the morning or something. Come on.
and something happened also on Saturday, which I think licensees should be educated.
Okay,
Because I got a phone call, and I should have given it to James if I knew he would travel to Trapper Creek. It was a property that someone called and wants to see because he wants to buy. I asked him if he was already pre-qualified, but he was like, I don't need to be pre-qualified.
oh,
That was
interesting.
a sure buyer.
Maybe,
Maybe, but
Maybe.
he wants to
Cash.
see.
could be, yeah.
Or the other. Yeah, but I can't take him to Trapper Creek until 3:00. And then, so I asked, who should I refer him to? And then I remembered I know someone, a licensee in Wasilla,
Perfect.
that would be closer. So I gave it to her, and then I asked her first, do you have time to take this gentleman with his wife to Trapper Creek Monday noon or Tuesday noon? And then I sent her the referral agreement, realtor with realtor, since I gave that to her. What ended happening was, she said yes, and then she didn't really have time to take him, and she ended up referring the gentleman back to the listing licensee at Remax, so we lost both clients. Jack White lost the client.
Okay, so then FYI, you really need to have a good working relationship with people in other offices
Yeah.
and know who you should be giving business to and who you should not.
Yeah, but I lost that referral too, because she gave
Yes.
it after that.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
And
Yes,
I
sir.
should have just given him because he was willing to travel.
So if she calls me and says that I'm the Wasilla guy and she says, I'm gonna have this Trapper Creek deal, great, and I say I'm gonna do it, how can I give that to Remax and say I want a referral fee?
Can't. You
She,
cannot.
she's supposed to give that back to you, that's
Yeah,
still
she
your
was
client,
supposed to
right?
give it back to me.
She
Well,
still
it's
can
not, you
get
guys,
the
it's not,
referral.
hang on. This is a phone call. This is not a client.
Okay.
This is a customer. Relax. This is not you don't have them in a personal services contract. They haven't signed a buyer's representation agreement. You haven't even signed an AREC with them. You're just talking to somebody on the phone.
You don't
So-
get a referral that way?
You can get a referral that way if it ends up going into a deal, but it's not an automatic deal.
Right?
It's just like every human being that walks into open house is not your client.
Well, I felt like she lost it.
Oh, okay, easy, Stephanie. Stephanie goes, yes, they are. I'm like, no, but you gotta be careful. Phone calls are customers.
Yes.
They're not clients. They are not clients until you write a contract with them. Okay?
We
And then
lost the
here's-
customer.
You lost a customer, but can I tell you, be very careful who you decide to do business with. Okay? And by the way, if you say that you're willing to take a deal, be actually willing to take the deal and work the deal. Don't bullshit somebody. Don't say, yeah, I'll take it, and then not. That's complete and utter professional discourtesy, and we don't do that to one another. Okay, and that's a really big deal to me. If you say that you're gonna go do an open house, I expect you to show up at the open house. Yes, emergencies can happen, okay? If something does happen, shouldn't you take it upon yourself to try and find someone to fill your spot? Especially you guys, if somebody put ads in the newspaper for you, okay? That's a really big deal. So I think your colleagues expect you to try and fill that open. I think similarly situated, if you refer someone to someone else, if you're not actually going to do the work to do this, then don't take the referral and say so. I don't have time to do this. Okay, because wouldn't that be smart?
Yes.
Okay,
I
so
have another question.
yes, ma'am.
I did an open house and I was overwhelmed with the people that came. for my open house.
Okay,
I don't know if it's the cookies, but they were.
it's the
people were
cookies.
coming.
It's the cookies.
Okay. And I have one that wanted me to do a CMA for her property.
Okay.
It was a neighbor.
Excellent.
And then I have one that wanted the as-built, but I did have the copy with me. But I
Okay.
told him I'm gonna email it. Should I email him the AREC before I send that?
Ask him if he's comfortable. I would totally email him the AREC, wouldn't you? If somebody's asking for an as-built survey. What are we starting to move into? Starting to move into specific
I did
assistance.
give him a copy of the AREC.
Oh,
I told him
excellent.
I'm gonna have you sign this one before I
Okay.
can send you information.
Excellent.
And he asked me, does everybody do this? I said, yes, because we are required by law to
Okay,
send you a disclosure form.
that's correct. And what's the greatest thing you can look at? We're actually going to talk about the AREC today. Aren't you happy you came? We're going to talk about the AREC. What's the best thing that you can say about the consumer disclosure? Okay, here's the most beautiful thing that's on that consumer disclosure, you guys, the seal of the state of Alaska. The seal of the state of Alaska. This is a state of Alaska required disclosure. I'm following, and here's what I always used to say. I follow the law. If the law says that I have to do something, I absolutely follow the law. Oh my gosh, and then I act all and I'm not even kidding, I act all horrified. You haven't seen this? Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, I'm kidding. Tone it down a little bit. But what am I trying to say? I act shocked and amazed. Yeah, kind of, right? I'm planting a little bit of seed. And go ahead.
I also told him that it's not a contract, because he was scared that he was gonna sign it.
Mhm.
And I said to him, it even says on the end,
Yeah,
this is not a contract.
Yeah.
Because they get scared. He was really like.
Well, and here's what you should say. You said, don't get excited about signing this document. You can sign this with 50 licensees. Get excited about doing a buyer's representation agreement, a purchase and sale agreement, or a listing agreement. You guys should start distinguishing. Okay, this is disclosure. This is required by law. Okay, this is a contract. These are two separate things. Don't get excited about signing this. Get excited about signing this. Yeah. Okay.
I keep them with me and I
Keep them separated.
that way they can see their two forms.
Yep.
And I tell them, this is about, when they say, is this a contract? And I say, this one is not a contract, it's a disclosure, so you know how you're being represented. This is a contract. And this is the one we're signing today.
Nice. High five. Excellent job. Excellent job. Okay, beautiful. Okay, what else have you done in real estate since I've seen you last? Anything else?
No.
Okay, all right. What have you done in real estate since I've seen you last, my friend?
I talked with my client who closed last month. She
Excellent.
got a letter in the mail. She was kind of worried. It was from the insurance company saying they hadn't been paid for the homeowner's insurance.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, and that they had sent two
Notice.
letters to the lender. Well, it was odd, I said, well, let's pull out the contract
Sure.
that you signed, and it showed that, yes, the homeowners would have been paid us. That came out of your
Proceeds.
closing.
Yep, proceeds.
And I said, I don't know how they would even know who the lender was, because originally it was Home State, they just sold it.
Sure.
And I said, call the title company today. And the reason why she's kind of concerned, she's already got a scanned letter asking her to send, I don't know, $75 in order to have the deed put in her name.
Oh my
So
gosh.
that I said, check with the title company, make sure
Sure.
this is a known scam. So now she's thinking, why am I getting all these scam letters?
Sure.
And so we looked at the letter, it did reference the policy number.
Sure.
It was legit. I said, call the title company. Maybe they forgot to pay me the homeowner's policy.
Yeah.
So, you you do hear from the client, of course, it's my God.
Okay.
But you
Nice.
do hear the client,
Nice.
you do hear from the client sometimes. They don't know what this paperwork is that they're getting.
Yep, and we need to be very careful. There's another document that both, used to be only the buyer would get of the property. Now there's actually sending it to the seller too. This one is pretty infamous. It's the municipality of Anchorage asking what you paid for the property. Okay, the seller nor the buyer are under any obligation to fill that documentation out. And why may they not want to fill that documentation out, guys?
Taxes have changed.
Okay, remember, we're a non-disclosure state, correct? Because we're a non-disclosure state, we don't report sales to the municipality of Anchorage. So you don't want your buyer reporting what they pay. And of course, it comes in, it looks all legitimate. The municipality is saying that you have to tell them. And so you're sitting there going, oh my gosh, I guess I have to. Do you have to tell them? No. And they used to be, obviously we used to always tell all our buyers, you don't have to fill that out. Now, then they started sending it to the sellers. okay, who sold the property, again, saying that they had to fill it out. So I need you to know that that's out there. We need to be talking to both our buyers and our sellers. We are a non-disclosure state. Don't make it easier on the municipality of Anchorage to raise taxes on families.
I have a question.
Yes.
So one of the neighbors there was very concerned about the sale price of the house that was, I don't know, he probably wants to sell his property soon,
Mm-hmm,
but he was like, well, my house is 3 houses down,
mm-hmm.
and it was appraised over $1 million. And they were selling this property for 900. And I said to him that, well, it's not really gonna affect you if you're not selling it tomorrow.
Right.
Because you don't have, this is not gonna be your competition. And then he was like, well, how come this one is so low? I said, well, I don't know, because it's the seller. And then he was like, please don't let them lowball you. I said, oh, I don't have any control of that.
Yes,
I
right.
said, whatever the buyer wants
And the
to
seller
offer,
negotiates.
and the seller negotiates, I have to offer that. I have
Correct.
to show it. And
Exactly.
I don't have any control. So if your property is appraised over $1 million, but in your tax assessment, it's not over $1 million, a lot of people, if they get under, they report it. But
Correct.
if they get over, they don't have to report it.
Right.
I said, it's up to you.
Mm-hmm.
So he was kind of like thinking there.
Yeah.
But I think he wasn't happy that the house was selling it.
But because we looked at the statistics, what do we know about $1 million properties in Anchorage, Alaska right now? They're not selling. They're not selling. So in order to get my puppy sold, I might have to start lowering my price. I'm sure nobody who's got $1 million house wants to hear that right now.
I only did in one for an open house, but let's have it reduced to a price by almost $100,000.
Yeah. I mean, and just imagine that kind of, when you're talking 10% on a $30,000 house, that's $30,000. When you're talking 10% on $1 million, that's $100,000.
And then the houses on the other side are priced at 500.
Exactly.
And you're right here, straight across, we're priced at millions.
Mhm.
So it's kind of,
Yeah.
I've seen them 200,000 lower.
Yeah, well, that's a really tough price point right now to get your house sold. You know, which also makes you think, is that a price, when I'm working with a buyer who wants to buy into this price point, one of the cautions I want to talk to about this buyer is, I want to actually show the buyer the same thing, because guess what? I have to sell that property again someday. My goal, remember, in my worldview, when I have a client, I'm selling them a house, their kids a house, and their grandkids a house. That's how long I'm going to be in business with them. So I'm really concerned about the property they buy, as much as I'm not just looking at a sale. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm looking at a long-term relationship, because I have to figure out to sell that property someday, which means that's my listing, which means is this bad boy going to sell? Okay, so I'm highly concerned about what they're buying. I'm not just trying to like, oh, pick one, yay. I'm making a sale.
the paperwork on that house is different also. I want to know how to do it. It's, because it's from a relocation company.
Mm-hmm.
So they have different paperwork.
Yep, we're going to talk about relocation, where that's going to be features of coming attractions.
Okay.
We'll get into relocation. I do need you to know that relocation, when you have a position or a company that offers you a relocation contract, they guarantee purchasers certain items. So if I'm the vice president of ConocoPhillips and I've been living in Dallas, Texas, and ConocoPhillips says, oh no, your entire family is going to relocate to Anchorage, Alaska, they offer them a package. Basically, they guarantee that they don't lose any money on the purchase or sale of a home. That's the bottom line. And there's entire companies that handle that business. And it used to be a lot bigger, and oh, by the way, it's getting a lot smaller. Because there's not that many companies. I mean, just like some companies used to offer really awesome benefit programs, just like benefits are on the cut, so our executive benefit packages are on the cut as well. So those are typically those are C-suite or really high-end jobs. Some companies offer it as a benefit, like FedEx pilots get it, but baggage smashers do not. Does that make sense? Okay.
So Anchorage's high-end market is inflated, or it's sort of artificially propped up.
No, it's not artificially propped up. I mean, if the house is worth $1 million, it's worth $1 million. But there's just not a lot of people who are willing right now. And of course, you guys look at the overall scheme of what's going on. We're in a presidential election. We don't know if we're going to be what the monetary policy of the United States is going to be. You've got uncertainty in the oil industry, and we've got a state saying that it has a budget crisis. So, I mean, are you going to place your $1 million in a house? Or are you going to, do you see what I'm saying? So a lot of people, there's a lot of people out there for years and years and years, they called it parking money. Does anybody know what I'm talking about parking money? So they said that instead of putting money into the bank, they would park it into real estate. So if I had $1 million, I'm not going to make any money in the bank. I'm not going to make any money on the interest rate that the bank is giving me. So instead, how about if the real estate market is going up 3%, 4%, 5%, how about I park that same amount of money in a home? Okay, so a lot of people parked money. Now they're getting really nervous because, gosh, if I just lost 10%, that's a big deal. Or more, right? So
I think the top of the market, like 20% correction before people start buying.
I don't know. Everything depends on it.
Right.
You know, everything depends on everything. We have a really diversified, healthy business base here in Alaska, whereas in other areas of the country they don't. It's one industry only. You know, so it's really different. Okay. Evangelina, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last? How was it? Not too shabby. Oh yay! You did a home book. Oh, Evangelina, she's a marketer. Good for her. She's getting crap from another licensee saying that she's not properly marketing a property. So saying like, well, where's your home book? Basically, somebody else is trying to dig her and say, well, she's not properly doing her job. Okay. FYI, what do I suggest you do when you take a listing? Do a home book. We'll talk about that a little bit more.
I did a home book. I did the packages for the people that are coming into the property.
Great.
The disclosures, bills.
Excellent.
Energy rating. I have the home inspection that was from the previous
Good.
buyer. But
Good.
I only showed 2 people that were
Interested. Good.
I took feedback from all of the people who were showing up at the house to let my clients know. Yeah, we want bigger rooms and a bigger yard, but we want outside and we want to pay less than $300,000.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck. The trailer park is down. No kidding. Okay, Shoshana, what have you done in real
I have
estate?
a good one for
Oh,
you.
I want to hear. I
went to a meeting with a contractor because sometimes they do a building, and I was with him, talking, blah, 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 and then I asked him if I can list his property, what I can do for something to sell faster. It ended up being Jacob Sebring's father. But, yeah.
Mr. Sebring?
Yeah,
Jacob Sebring is, I'm going to take over the broker position at Keller Williams. That's hysterical, but good on you that you asked the question. He gets mad at Jacob every once in a while. You could be his listing licensing.
Some points that, Jacob would not let me, that's when I'm finding out who it
Oh,
was.
gotcha.
Jacob would not let me, blah, blah, blah. But Jacob knows that this listing is not, this property is not going to be on the MLS, this is an owner to owner. No, yet, when I have it filed, does Jacob interact with that? Do you know? Then you let me know when you want that property.
Nice. Oh, okay.
Jacob then don't know. He don't have to know everything that he didn't to the broker. And I have clients that don't listen to MLS. Feel
Directly.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Then I, okay. And then the next day I caught him with the father. And then, I can take the father away.
And Jacob would have honestly said, Evangelina, you could have done it. Okay. All right, Shoshana, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
Talked about lead and when I found doing calendar app,
I want to hear about the calendar app in a minute. Okay, I've got 2 really important stories to tell. So we're going to start with Marianne.
Oh.
Marianne, let's talk about when people are starting to jack you around. Okay.
It's about 2:00 Friday, this past Friday, and I get a phone call from a lender over at Wells Fargo's, their lender, replacing the original. But anyway, yeah, Marianne, it's great. The contract came out of underwriting. We're getting ready to write either
the CD,
the amount of funds and send the amount of funds needed for your buyer. However, there's a little problem. The earnest money check. Do you know where that is? Well, of course, it's, the copies were there. I said, what do you mean? She says, well, I know the earnest money, was turned in, but did Jack White cash the check? I said, well,
Okay, FYI, does Jack White cash earnest money checks? Everyone in this room, say with me. Yes.
it went to the
Okay.
trust.
Do we deposit money in the trust account every day? Yes. So is Jack White gonna deposit checks?
So
Yes.
he wants me to go get the check and get a copy of the front and the back of the check. And
Okay,
I said,
stop for a minute right now. Every one of you, let me ask you a question. Can Jack White get a copy of a check that you have banked with us?
We're supposed to take the copy before we give it to you.
Correct, but can I get a, yep, can we get a copy of the back of the check? Ask yourself a question. Can Jack White get a copy of the back of a check? No.
It's the personal check.
It's the person who wrote, I don't have access to their bank account. Jack White can get copies of the back of Jack White checks. I can't get a copy of Zena's bank account checks. Those are your bank, okay? So does this, all of a sudden, does this start sounding like this person is maybe I need to plant the seed, is an idiot? Okay, keep going.
So he said, so in other words, I could approach my clients at this point Friday, we're supposed to close tomorrow, and ask if they could go into their account online and get a copy of the front and the back of this check. I said, I don't want to ask my clients to do that. He said, well, then can you find out exactly what date that Jack White cashed the check and send it? I said, I have no idea how to find out that information. He said, well, I could probably go over to the bank where your clients bank and get a copy. I said, you know what? I need to call my supervisor because I really don't understand why this is happening on Friday. Everything is fine. And he says, well, here's what we'll do. We'll tell your clients they need this amount with the earnest money included, so it'll be more than what they have to pay. But when you get to closing, Jack White needs to cut them a check for the earnest money. I said, now I definitely need to call my supervisor.
Okay, does that sound like something, that is not going to happen, okay? That is not going to happen. Did you get that? We're not going to ask the buyer to bring in extra money. That's retarded. So when somebody starts saying just very weird stuff to you, you need to stop immediately and say, hang on, I need to check this out.
And we get from accounting, after they cash the check, saying your earnest money was good. They send you one of those every time that you put money on account.
I know, I said, I can send you a copy front, of the check, because I did that in addition to the copy that you get on the sale.
What they were trying to do.
Here's the thing, this gentleman, they had a lender, they had an originator at the institution walk out the door. They left the files. Nobody was monitoring the files. And then I think someone who absolutely does not know what they're doing took over a file, and they don't know how to easily and quickly process the deal. So now they were coming back and saying ridiculous things like that we needed another 2-week extension, which we didn't. And finally, to land the plane, what am I going to do? Who knows?
She's amazing, I'll tell you.
Get broker support.
No, I'm going to call the lender, and I'm like, give me your supervisor, and I'm going to talk to the supervisor, and I'm going to say, you know what? My license is in selling real estate. I've been doing this for a little bit of time, so I have a little bit more of a leg up knowing financing than you would. I also know when somebody is just blathering idiocy, they're just word salading, they have no idea what they're talking about. So I'm just listening to this guy going, you don't have any idea what you're talking about. So we're going to get to the supervisor, and I'm going to talk to the supervisor and say, you need to get this little Nimrod in hand because he's a nitwit. And he's telling it just terrible. I mean, it's not only incorrect information, okay? And the thing is, with a senior licensee, you're not going to get away with that, okay? Which is why the quality of lender is so important to both you as a listing licensee. Why do listing licensees care who somebody gets a loan with? Because we could deal with this idiot and he could be stalling you out and pushing out the closing. And then for the buyer, you have them dealing with this moron who has them running around doing all kinds of crap that they don't have to do. Okay? It can totally skew a deal. But when you understand why some of us get really jacked up about who your lender is, This is why.
This
Okay?
is real.
This
He
is
was
for
great on
real. And then you have clients that, and when you don't really know, you are allowed to take, anyone who is an expert is allowed to tell you something, and you're allowed to rely on that. That's for real. Just like if you went to the doctor and they told you had cancer, you're allowed to rely on his diagnosis. It's not till you go to another doctor that goes, yeah, no, that's not what that is. Okay, do you see what I'm saying? So similarly situated. You do not allow someone to talk you around if it doesn't sound right, and it didn't sound right to you. Immediately make a phone call. We will immediately get a hold of someone, and we'll be like, what's going on? So immediately the supervisor is in there, and while this guy is blathering on over here, she's like, I don't know what he's talking about. We're done. The loan's approved. We're ready for closing. So interesting?
Yeah.
Okay. So please don't be afraid to come and talk to us, because it's not just other realtors and other brokerages that we can help you out with. I can get on the phone and I have the direct dial. I got the cell phone number of the person in charge of Wells Fargo Mortgage Department, and she'll take my phone call. Okay, and obviously she doesn't want us to think bad things about Wells Fargo, right?
So I got a phone call within an hour and a half, and it says, everything's fine.
Oh my God, look at that, everything is amazing.
But it's out of, underwriting, it's ready to go. So that we still had time before that 5 o'clock hour, so hopefully we're all on schedule tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll
Okay,
see.
but moral of the story is what? If it sounds like garbage, what do?
Hang out, check it out.
Check it out immediately. And by the way, my mom had a saying. My dad has a couple sayings that are hysterical. One is never miss a good opportunity to shut the hell up. My mom has a great saying, and she said, that's awesome, isn't it? My mom always says, I'll start at the President of the United States and I'll work my way down. Meaning what? I'll start at the top and I'll work my way down. So oftentimes what you have to do is you have to go over someone, right? To just be like, hang on a second, and if nothing else, if I don't feel like I'm getting good customer service, that's not good, right? That's NG for no good. Okay, excellent. Okay, and dun, 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 dun. Drum roll. Hang on 1 second.
Well, not much has happened.
Okay, well, I want to hear. So we had a great amendment. Oh, we talked for an hour on Saturday. There was some drama going on. Okay, so we had an amendment that was written on this property asking for a price reduction.
Yeah, it was repair amendment, and it was pretty much verbatim out of the inspection. So it was health and safety items, and then repair items.
Okay.
And they pretty much went right down the list and asked for everything, and then put a cherry on top, asking for a $10,000 price reduction because of the as a result of the foundation inspection, which revealed cracks and the anyway. So I could probably doing what they should be doing. The backstory with the deal is the same deal, is that they basically bought it sight unseen. The agent didn't help the folks vet it. They never won an MLS. I never priced it.
Yep.
It was like, and then my buyer who accepted the offer. Seller accepted the offer on my behalf. Well,
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you so much.
That's so considerate of her. Anyway, they already negotiated a 10,000 in closing costs essentially. Which when I talked to Rona, I was like, there is already 10,000 in closing costs. Oh, it's not 10,000 in closing costs. That's 2% for my commission. It's like apples to oranges, whatever.
No. It's 2% for your commission, and you've asked for $11,000 in closing costs. It's both, not. Oh, are we doing one or the other?
Exactly. And then so now they're asking for another 10,000. And I said to her on the phone, it's like, since you've already asked for closing, you've given up a lot of negotiation. Giving up a lot of your negotiating position. She's like, that's not how it works. And
by the way,
she was just coming after me.
Oh, really?
She was like, the foundation's failed. The inspector said it's the worst crack he's ever seen.
So then what do you say to him? Then this buyer should go buy something else.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's like, the choice is yours. I mean, if the foundation is in such bad shape, why do they still want to buy the house? Why, and I said, if it's in such bad shape, how is it, and then the $10,000 was to accept the condition of the foundation
Right.
as well. It's like, if the foundation costs $40,000 or more to fix, why would $10,000, make them capitulate and buy the thing, Yeah, that's not quite the right word, but sort of.
So when somebody starts throwing stuff like that up at you, like, oh my God, you have to
I
do
mean,
this.
she's throwing like, oh, the inspector said the foundation failed. It's like, there's a crack in the wall. The engineering expression for that is, I don't know, explain this to her, is failed. But does that mean it's going to collapse? These are different things, but she's just like, she says all these things, which to me, I mean, I know a few technical items about some of this stuff because I've sort of worked in the adjacent to the field, and
Sure.
I listen to the language. I'm like, ugh, you're killing me.
Killing me smalls. But what can you say when
So,
somebody starts throwing that kind of stuff up? And oh, by the way, don't be this person,
This is the buyer's agent.
the buyer's agent.
Agent
Okay,
is
so long story,
yeah.
yeah, so long story short, don't be throwing, by the way, if you have a marginal buyer, if you have a marginal buyer and you negotiate them $11,000 in closing costs, okay? If they are marginal, that means they can barely afford the property. Do you get what I'm saying? So if they get a home inspection and there's a lot more repairs than they feel comfortable with, okay, don't try and shove this deal through, is what I'm trying to say. If the buyer can't afford the property, they can't afford the property. And if they can't accept the property in the condition it's in, then move on down the road. Find them another property. Do you get my point? But if you've got a buyer, I'm going to bet you $1 billion, you've got a buyer who desperately doesn't want to lose this property because they know they know it's highly sought after, they know it's going to go back on the market, and they know, and worse than that, not only could they lose the property that they really like, they're renting, right? So what does that mean? They could actually end up having to move.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead.
So one thing that's pretty clear about the situation to me is that this agent, refrain from naming names, you sort of got her client into the position by making a series of very bad decisions. The agent never looked at the property. And one thing I said to her about price, I mean, she was throwing it's a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom duplex for $460,000, $459,000. I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, it is.
And so you said what? And you said it said you're the one who wrote the
Well,
offer.
no. I said it's like that's under 10%. 10%. That's under 10% more of the assessed tax.
Yeah.
So I said it could have gone on the market for $470 or more. And she's like, that's not how it works. That's just not how it works. I'm like, well, I mean, maybe a little over, maybe a little under. It's like, but it's probably a pretty good deal. And we were just.
Were you going nowhere? So what was she gonna do?
It was, yeah. I mean, it was like one of these conversations where we are just not even really having a conversation here. It's like she's blabbing things at me and I'm trying to say something to her pointless. I said, it's just all going to go writing and we'll go back and forth. We'll counter until we work it out.
Because
it just needs to be going.
Which is just perception and not really knowing the full story. I'm just wondering if she was just pounding it because she's just trying to work the deal for her client. Isn't that what that's all about?
It can be, but at some certain point in time, you guys have to be, you guys are, and again, I hate the word client control. I don't like that. I don't like when somebody says you gotta have control of your client. But you cannot be ridiculous about what you're asking for, okay? And if your client is being ridiculous, you have to be able to look them in the eye and say, you do understand that this is ridiculous, okay?
Who's talking to the realtor?
Yeah. No, but the other realtor, when you have a client who is absolutely wrapped around an axle, it is your job to talk to them about the axle, show them where they're wrapped around it, and then also show them the other story. The other side of the story is, if I'm the seller, I'm not selling it for this amount of money. Land the plane. Okay? If you were the seller and you were in exactly the same position, what would you do? You would tell this buyer to go take a hike. And what have I said to you? And actually what I've said is, poor buyer, guys, poor buyer. But it's actually the licensee who seems to be causing a lot of grief. Because the licensee got caught out. All right? I'm not going to say, none of us were in the room when the licensee brought the offer to the seller. No, none of us had a privilege to listening to that conversation. But I'm gonna bet you dollars to donuts, I've been in this business for a really long time, that she was aware that there was a listing on the property of some sort, either eminent domain, either eminent listing, or just thought she was gonna slip in a buyer, right? Maybe it was gonna be perfect timing. Damn it, he just didn't have, but he actually had all his paperwork complete. So he had the listing. Do you see what I mean? So not every seller is going to be sharing everything with you either. Does that make sense when you're presenting an offer? But he actually had the listing paperwork done. So we had a bona fide listing. So right at that moment, they owed us money. You got that?
No matter what.
No matter what. We have a contract. A contract is a contract is a contract is a contract. So long story short, and none of us were there, but when she negotiated thinking that she was going to control the entire deal. Okay? Once you have another licensee in there who goes, stop in the name of real estate, okay, who's actually, she's supposed to negotiate for her buyer. That's her job. When you have a buyer, you're correct, Zena. Your job is to negotiate for them. But you also have to, negotiation is actually negotiation. You actually have to look at the opposite side and see if this is reasonable. Could another person do it? I mean, I've had buyers just pounding on the table going, they have to do this. And I've said, there's no money. They don't have money to do this.
And this deal I'm learning a lot about negotiation here. And both my seller doesn't want to negotiate because there's little things that possibly could go back and forth, things that create good faith, things that create perception of reasonability, of goodwill, of reasonability, of wishing to bring the thing forward. And she's just pissy about things because the buyers teed her off numerous times just by going. Just really, the buyer's responses. That's the biggest thing about this thing is the buyer's agent's responses to every little thing. Like everything's a boom.
Okay, nothing. Here's the guys. Nothing is a big deal unless the buyer and the seller think it's a big deal. I need you to know this. You could have a house that is falling down, and you can have a willing buyer who wants to buy it, and a willing seller who wants to sell it, and you guys can make this happen. But both parties have to, in order to make that happen, both parties have to work together, okay? And you always have to, this is the other thing, it's called good faith. It's really important that you understand that we have to negotiate in good faith. Good faith also means that other licensee owes the seller, who she does not represent, good faith. You owe as a duty of selling real estate, you owe the opposite side something called good faith, and I'm not kidding.
I don't think that a good percentage of realtors live by that.
I'm not going to say that. People who work for us do.
Yes.
Because it's a really big deal to us. You operate in good faith. That means you operate in good faith to the other party. And we're going to get into that today. It's a really big deal.
If for nothing else, it's so that people work good faith with you.
Well, absolutely. And by the way, we also know who out there, it doesn't take very long for somebody to get a reputation. Or for somebody's name to be mentioned, and you're going to hear people go, oh my God.
I actually have something to share about that last Sunday.
Yep.
When a buyer came and looked at the property, and he was talking about selling his property first, and I offered my services to him, to the family. But he was like, I'm sorry, it's not you, but you come from that. So he pointed to the Jack White logo that was outside, and he said, do you know this person is good as big time, and he's from here. I'm not going to name the name, and I told him that, you know what, we operate
Yep, every single one of us owns our own business.
I am not connected with him, and we're not a team. I work independently, and if you just give me your trust, I'll change your mind.
Nice, good job.
I don't work like that. Yeah, but it was sad that he pointed to the Jack White logo. It worried him that I'm from Jack White.
Oh, she moved to another company.
I said, I know that licensee, but I didn't know that that's what he did to you, but I'm very sorry to hear.
Well, and please help, please understand something too. I do want to point this out. There's two sides to every story, and there's a truth in the middle. Not everyone who perceives that they've been screwed has really been screwed.
Yes.
And some people who have absolutely been taken advantage of. I'll raise my hand to God for that, but not every situation. A lot of people see
there must be
things.
something in the transaction that.
Sure,
that-
but Rose,
Yeah.
but trust me when I tell you, there are, and by the way, there are some people who cannot be satisfied as well. Have you met
Yes.
that client?
Mhm.
Like there's nothing you could have done that would make them happy.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta give you a 10-minute break right now, guys.
And it's possible that never even happened. It's
Yeah.
possible he was just feeling you out, to see the reaction.
Good girl.
And he got me up.
I thought there was, like, I was reminded.
So who wants to, does anybody want to do a listing appointment on my house? Does anybody want to do, I know Stephanie said she wanted to.
What's
I had someone
that
tell me
one?
last night.
What's that?
What's a listing appointment?
Because you're not sure, we're doing our new licensing program, but you were saying that you needed the skills now, so you wanted to do a listing appointment now. Do you want to do one too?
Yeah, because
So you're
somebody
gonna-
else is coming to their house.
Yep. You're going to present to me all the documents, you're going to put everything together, and I'm just going to sit back and we're going to chat.
Okay.
At your house?
Yeah, you're going to go through my house.
Okay, I want to do it.
Okay, sure, absolutely. Because my house is clean, we can do it.
I would love to do that.
Yeah,
When
absolutely.
is that one?
Okay, when should let's schedule it.
Okay.
Maybe you should make it dirty and messy so that we.
Oh, I have dirty and messy already.
All right,
I
sure,
already
that's
have
what
dirty and
from
messy.
those
Okay.
issues.
Not today,
You
let's
don't show up, treat one
let's
there.
not do this today.
Go online. Yeah, go online, unless they have me go to. Yeah, go online.
Not today though, right?
No, not today,
Okay.
not today.
I want to show you something that I found in the newspaper that I really like. I don't know how trustful this lady is, but I like what she's saying here. That our market is very good, nothing is going down. She mentioned the statistic for the banks to get to this point. And I'm going to use that.
Let's pull that out. You know who's the bestest? Mary is. Mary is.
You're my favorite, Mary. Thank you.
That is really good. Okay, we'll read it. Good job, Missy. And I'll give it back, I promise. I promise. Did you see me? I saw you. I'm like, read your mind. I'll give it back, I promise.
One of the things, this is not the one that I did, but I had something like this to my book.
Oh, no.
This was from another house. And I like how this was from the seller, not that they did.
Yes.
The seller
Yes.
did this.
Yes.
And I like what they did, and I added something like this to my house. And that girl, Seaport. He works for Ariel. The thing is, she called me and she's like, hey, I want to show them property. Why don't I show them? So I show it for sale and show it to the people. How do I open it? That's what I was like,
So here's centralized.
oh, I have a card.
Okay.
Stick it in.
Yes, I think that.
And she was telling me, this is their card line.
Karen, can you use cards in?
You have to
For the
activate
central lock?
your
Yeah,
the little
no.
scanner every day.
Yeah, but yeah, why wouldn't you just use your phone? Yeah, I love it. But you can see.
My last real estate client, because I have all, I say, where's your office?
Yeah.
We don't have an office.
I've been trained for works from mentors.
Where's your office? Oh, I don't have an office. I work on the street that you tell me.
Ah, okay, then go with your very
I show you house.
Can I show you? Talking
You're
about
real
real
serious.
estate.
Yes. And this house is in there, and this. Go show it. This is the girl that is trying to take the listing.
Oh, okay.
Go show it. You can sell it.
Yeah.
You know, you can have access to all the properties around the MLS. Go show it.
Let's look her up. We'll look her up in a little bit.
And she's like, yeah, I know you're a seller because my sister and her are very good friends. Okay, then don't do this to myself.
Right. Oh, and and you don't know how to show a property, but you're asking me about a whole book.
That's valid.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. And they can match. But you have to But it is good, it is, first come, first served, something like that. And until the money is good, this one is a good program. This lady used to work with Eva Anderson. And I said, can I sit with you?
Oh,
And
Was it Lori?
Yeah.
Was it Lori Lyons?
I think she didn't hear, I received information from this. No, this is just the application, but I think yes. That's my
Over.
Yes. Can you please sit down and can you teach me about this? And everything that I know, I want to know it because we don't have that person in the office. I've never had that question.
Yesterday I had problems.
Anytime, just call me. We will sit
Wow.
down. I can talk.
Wow, right on.
That's my, this week I have to sit down with this lady and learn more about this program. About what they do with it.
Cook to Live is awesome. And they have money. And
They
again,
have money.
they have money.
That's a good thing. They have money, but I didn't know they can match the money.
But you have to meet the qualifications. They can't do it unless you meet the qualifications.
Not that bad. Most of the people listen to this
But
stuff.
I think you have to have a BIA card. You have to be of Indian descent.
Yeah,
Is that this one?
travel card or a
Yeah,
share.
yep. You can't. Yeah.
What is that?
Well, she'll tell you.
Yeah.
But there's the state, the qualifications. This is for really kind of,
I have a couple from the home yesterday looking at the house, and they didn't like the price and say, yes, this is not that.
killing me. Yeah. Yeah, I think you have to be.
Meet one of these criteria here.
But call and ask. Call and ask.
There's one more thing about this, the pre-license, it's 20 hours or 40 hours?
20.
So 20, no more 40s, right? One weekends, maybe 6, 7, 7, right?
Yeah, I'd have to look at it.
Okay. And no more cash, it's online payments.
So I'm like, yep. I can take cash.
No, I'll give you the cash, that's what I asked you.
Yeah, no, if you have cash, if you want it, if you would prefer to do that, I'm happy to. But I mean, you can also easily go on.
Oh, no, I'll give it to you right now.
Yeah, $4.49. Look at him. What? Do you see it? It's being filmed.
Is it?
Yes. I know, okay, but I need $4.49. I don't have change.
It's $4.50, give me change.
You sure?
Yes.
$1?
Yes.
Okay.
You give me the receipt?
I will give you a
And the
receipt.
bookings, yes.
Yes, I'll give you that stuff.
Good.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do you see this? I took the cash. Wait, I gotta count it out.
Oh, my God.
It wasn't for everybody then, it's okay.
It said only $1, isn't it sweet? I got a tip.
Tip.
Here's a tip. Never pet a burning dog. That's a tip. I had a guy who was from Australia. He was so hysterical. Had all these one-liners. He's like, I got a tip for you. Never pet a burning dog. I'm like, what? He's going for another one. Never smoke with your mouth full of gasoline. That's a tip. Then he started, in Australia, they say something, pretty as a gas station. Pretty as a gas station. Anybody know why they would say pretty as a gas station? They're very few and far between. So in the outback, when it says pretty as a gas station, it's like, oh my God, it's awesome. Yeah. Was it so unseemly, honey?
I wore the wrong shoes. Up and down, because I was like checking on this, like customer. And I was ready.
I know, customer good. Yep. Yes, sir.
20 hours, it's gonna be on the internet, watching video or?
So you can do it on it if you want to. Also, I'll have study groups here.
Because I remember it's 40 hours. 2
The-
weekends, it's 2 weekends.
It's not 2 weekends, she can do it in 1 weekend. She can get qualified one weekend.
Good.
Okay, okay. All right, guys. Everybody ready? Reese's peanut butter cups.
I love Mary.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Last week, we went over the listing steps. Okay, we went over the listing steps. Did the listing steps, is this helpful for you? Like this is a graphical explanation. So doing a listing is like doing a dance, correct? Everybody needs to know your dance steps. What happens when you step out of your dance steps? What happens on Dancing with the Stars if you miss your dance steps?
Makes you look bad.
Right? So I want to make sure you know as a listing licensee, okay, who has more responsibilities in a transaction? I bet that depends on the people you're working with, don't you think? But in theory, if you have the listing, you have way more responsibilities than the buyer does. All a buyer is doing, and I say all, I don't want to minimize this in any way, buyers are out there getting qualified, then going shopping. And they pick the house that they want to purchase. Sellers have only one asset, right? Unless they have multiples, which you could have a investor. Not where I'm trying to go. But what I'm trying to say is, the seller only has the one thing that they're selling, and it has to be in its best possible condition, right? So a lot of times, what did I tell you that I like to tell sellers when I list their property? We're going into business together. I'm in the marketing your house business. You're in the what business?
Keeping your house clean and available.
Keeping your house in market-ready condition. And you guys, this is a full-time job. This is a full-time job. You're welcome. Having a property in market-ready condition. Not everyone has maids, right? Not everybody keeps their house in great condition. Lots of people do not. Would that shock and amaze you? Okay, some people have, does anybody in here have a room in your house that you never let anybody in?
Mine.
Your own room is it's not clean and neat. You would not be happy for the Pope to come visit your house and see your bedroom.
Yeah, I don't want anybody touching anything.
Oh, really? Tell me why.
Because it's like I have my own
Systems.
organized mess.
And you're just like, God forbid. It's like my desk, right? Don't touch anything, because right now I can find I know it's in my files. Okay. So when you are the listing licensee, you have a lot more. You're worried about who's got a listing right now. What are you worried about this listing?
Oh my goodness.
Okay. It took her a second to say that. That's awesome. Okay.
Because what list is long, but basically the answer is, gosh darn it, how do I get these sold?
Well, it really is. It's about getting an offer, isn't it? It's about having the most compelling listing that gets an offer. So, Marianne, I'm going to pick on you for a second. When you were working with your buyer, why did they pick the listing they picked? Can you tell me what some of the compelling reasons why they decided to pick that listing?
It was clean.
Clean? Okay, for real?
Yeah, for real.
I'm not even lying. It was
Immaculate.
Yeah.
Immaculate.
So immaculate.
It was in the neighborhood they wanted to be in.
Okay, perfect.
The rooms were nice and large.
Okay.
They liked the fact that they had downstairs, had 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, nice sized bathroom. Upstairs, bathroom off the bedroom, and the bedroom was a large master. And the views outside the windows were perfectly fine.
Okay.
It seemed like that the area was kept clean, the landscaping was done.
Okay.
It was a condo, so.
Yep.
They were very pleased.
Okay, so when they walked into it, and did they give you any indication of how many properties did you show them, or did they give you any indication on how many properties they went and saw?
Yeah, they did. They said they have been out looking.
Okay.
This was one of the nicest ones they saw.
Okay.
And they felt the price was reasonable. And they also went and looked at other condos in that association, that area, that didn't compare to the condition of this one. They looked nice on the outside, but on the inside, some of them were really run down. They didn't upkeep it, and this looked like people hardly lived in it. And that made a big impression.
So for them, it was condition of the property they were buying.
And they saw value in it increasing.
Okay, so when I tell you condition of the property being in show-ready condition or in that condition is so very, very, very important. I really, and clean will sell over every other possible thing. Clean will sell. Are you guys getting that? Okay, so if nothing else, what can someone do to their listing? Keep it as clean as possible, right? So that's your strategy. And how do you tell somebody that they need to clean up their house?
Do you want to sell this place or do you want it to sit on the market?
Yeah, we got to have and here's can I give you a example of something that you can do as well? So Stephanie, I have to have a very hard conversation with you and I need to know whether or not you are in a place where you can listen to what I need to share with you. And if you're not, and some people will tell you, the minute somebody says, no, I can't take your information in, what do?
You respect that.
You stop talking.
Yeah.
Okay, because a lot of times, guys, they already know what you're gonna say. Anybody ever have a conversation? My mom has a conversation with me once or twice a week. I already know what she's gonna say. Love you, Mom. I already know what you're gonna say. Okay? I'm like, and she's like, okay. And I'm like, okay, so you're gonna say it? She's like, yes, I have to say it. I'm like, okay, so can we like move it along? All right, great, thanks. All right, great. Okay, so some people already know it. They know what you're going to say. You're laughing because it's true. Do you have the same conversation with your daughter?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. You're
I
laughing.
have one kid that does that with me.
Yeah.
One, but that's, yeah.
But isn't it interesting? Imperatively, though, when we're dealing with other adults, when they say that they cannot take the information in or they're not able to hear it, you need to stop talking. Other people, when I say, so Stephanie, I need to have a fierce conversation with you. I need to know if you're ready to hear it. And we're going to be going into business together. So you have to be able to trust me and I have to be able to trust you. And we have to be able to communicate with each other. Are you able to hear what I have to say? And some people will say, don't say yes for me. Yes. Okay, she doesn't want to do it though. You don't want to have the conversation. Isn't that interesting? So I need to talk to you about the condition of the property in order to get the property in the best sellable condition. Okay?
We're gonna hire a band to marry me.
Awesome. I love it. I cannot wait. But literally, I have to have it. And the other thing you might need, you guys, is resources. What kind of resources? So if I told you right now that I can't do anything, I don't have any money, I'm sick and in bed and I can't do anything, what can you do to get a house sold?
Yeah, Goodwill come and pack stuff up.
Yep. Who else?
Clean it.
You had no money, and I have no arms. I can't do it. So who can?
We can.
Okay. No, you cannot. Thank you for saying that. No, you cannot. You guys are not going to be working on listings.
Church groups
Church groups, yes.
coming in, donations and trade for cleaning.
Yes. Yes.
Friends, family.
Yep. You guys know that there's church youth groups that they need to do hours. There's some people have to do community service.
What about Boy Scouts?
Boy Scout, you might be able to get a Boy Scout troop in there to do something. But again, you guys need to be very, very, very careful about doing work on somebody else's property. Again, we're going to have to disclose it. Okay. Especially stuff like what always cracks me up is, and I'll be very honest with you, I, Teresa J. Block, know how to change a GFCI outlet. It's not super hard. Okay, I do not do it. Why? I'm, first of all, not an electrician. Okay? Not my house. Number two, what if it burns down because I wired it incorrectly? What if somebody got electrocuted? What if? Okay? Now, even if you have those skill sets, okay, you're now operating in a different business under a different license, okay, under different risk factors. Okay, the risk factor of someone actually, like a property could be burned to the ground. That's a big deal. And it sounds dumb, it sounds simple, okay, but be careful. All right, what other things, so I have to be able to have a conversation. I need to ask them if they're, now, some people are gonna be like, oh my gosh, yes, tell me what we need to do. But I need to have resources, okay? I need to have ideas. For some folks, you guys, they're gonna pull up, they're gonna have Anchorage Waste drop a container and they're gonna start throwing things away and get containers emptied. Okay, some people have families and they've got resources that you tell them what they need to do and they're gonna knock it out of the park for you. Okay, now, how do you know whether or not your list, when we get the property on the market and we do all the things that we're supposed to do, what number one do we know is an indicator on whether or not we have the property priced correctly? Showings. Now, what happens if the property is not getting shown? What do you need to do as a listing licensee?
Check your marketing.
I need to examine my listing. Now, one of the things that's always cracks me up is the first thing I do when somebody says my listing's not selling, I get on the MLS and I look at it. And I'm like, well, you don't have any photos. You've got 3 photos. I can tell you why it's not getting showings. Well, you don't have any documents uploaded. I can tell you, look at, you've got a sentence that says man cave, come see. That's not compelling. You need to, that information that's on listings where we have an opportunity to describe the house. You guys need to do that. It's not difficult, and you just really need to sit down and read. I mean, there's a couple of licensees out there that are super good about their verbiage in their listings. If the property has been listed before, then for goodness sake, you guys, read what somebody else said about it prior to, and then change it up. Then refresh your marketing. One of the things I always say is people say, well, when I look at stuff, I'm always like, well, I can tell you why this house isn't selling. So if I can tell you why it's not selling, shouldn't you be able to take a look at that too? How about we go out there and we find out that there's no sign out there, that your flyer box has been empty for 6 weeks. All right, one of the things I'm going to tell you that is I believe in 2 things, and I believe in them very strongly. I believe a sign in the front yard sells a listing. The next thing I absolutely believe is a flyer sells a listing. You have buyers right now who have flyers that are littering their floorboards in their cars because I watch it every single day. Anybody in here live in a neighborhood like I do? I watch buyers pull up to signs, get out of their damn car, and go pull that flyer.
Even in an open house, they don't come in, they just take the flyer.
That is
I don't
correct.
leave them out there.
That's right, take them out.
Yeah, they tell us.
Pull them in the house for your open house.
Boom, leave
Make
one
them
in the
back.
Yeah. Okay, so but you see what I'm saying? People are still looking at flyers. So you're in the flyer share business. Now, can I give you a higher end listing tip? One of the things that I did a long time ago is I told a seller that a seller got really jacked up with me because the flyer box was constantly empty. Finally, what I noticed was that it was at a school bus stop and the kids were going and emptying the flyer box. So I went and printed, and believe it or not, this is back in the day before, color printers. All of our flyers used to be in black and white. It wasn't a higher end listing thing to have a color flyer. I went and printed, because it was free, 500 flyers. And I finally said, you don't think I'm coming by every day and filling this flyer box, and I really, really am. So I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. Let's do this together. I'll come, you come. I'll come, you come. So she started to see that, yes, it really was the kids that were stealing the flyers out of the flyer box. But that gave me an idea that I then did for the rest of my career. It's the seller's job and my job to keep the flyer box full. It's not just my job.
So you give a big stack of
I
flyers
give them
to
a
the
big,
seller.
that's correct. I give them a big stack. And then here's another thing, FYI, this is old school real estate. We used to number our flyers on the back. Okay, why would I possibly number the flyers?
Well, you can track them that way.
I can track them if somebody has them and I see what flyer it is. The other thing was when they said, you haven't filled the flyer box, I can show them. I'm on flyer 300. I'm filling your flyer box. The amazing thing about marketing is that marketing works and people take flyers. Okay, so I actually tracked how many flyers I was putting. And I would tell you, I was pretty standard putting 25 flyers there at a time. And then I always kept track of when I was filling flyer boxes. Oh, by the way, after I pulled the hot sheet, if I had listings, guess what I was going and doing every single day? I was going checking on my listings. Why would I go check on my listing? Yeah, see what the exterior looks like. See if see if there's something that, oh, they haven't picked up the dog poop. Oh, look at that. the mailbox is full. Oh, look at that. You know, they haven't done this, or there's this, or there's that, or oh my gosh, here could be another reason why your house isn't selling and you don't even know. Parties going on at the next door neighbor's house. One of the reasons why we had a listing on a certain street in East Anchorage and the house wasn't selling because the indie rock group next door had band practice every single day. Okay.
So what can you do about that?
You can go and talk to them. Okay. Pizza and beer works miracles. Honestly, I'm not even kidding. Pizza and beer works miracles.
Two very aggressive.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Every time, you pulled up to the house and then Cujo came. Yep.
And they're afraid to go around the house because the dogs really look like they're going to jump the fence.
Yeah.
Eat us.
Pizza and hamburger.
I really think about steak with them.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
and is there anything that I can do about it?
Bear
I'll-
spray. Bear spray.
No, I don't want to attack the animals.
And who'll end up on the news? We will.
I'm not an animal killer, but I would like to know if there's any place that I can talk about.
You could call animal control, but literally, if you're wondering why if all things are pointing to this is amazing. Super secret smokers. You know, so they told me, oh no, we don't smoke in the house. No, nobody smokes. And then I would get feedback going, yeah, who's the smoker? Who's the smoker? Who's the smoker? The smoker could have been their teenage kid, or it could have been them, but smokers won't buy other smokers' houses.
Really?
Really. Smokers won't buy other smokers' houses. Yep, it's a very interesting to me. Nobody wants to purchase a home that somebody smokes in. Isn't that interesting? True story. Okay, so what you need to be going around, taking a look at that property. You might need to go look at it on a weekend. What's going on the weekend? Okay. You might need to look at it during the day. What's going on during the day?
I had somebody try to pry the screen door open.
Oh, is that right?
At 79.
Oh, is that right? Oh, interesting. Okay.
One day it was there, the next, or one day it wasn't there, the next day it was.
Interesting. Oh, so you're watching it. So yeah, you might need to go, but you should be going and looking at your listings. Okay? It's not, you are now, and I also, once I say that, you are not a property manager. Okay? You're not a property manager. When I take a listing, I ask them, who is going to be clearing the snow from your driveway? Who is going to be mowing your lawn? I do not have a lawn mowing service. Okay? That's not my job. That's somebody else's job. Okay? All right? Who's going to be checking your mail? Who's going to be doing these things? Okay?
That mailbox is full over 79.
Okay? Maybe somebody should empty it.
I didn't want to touch it because it's federal.
Yeah, I would put it, if it is starting to get obnoxious, I would take a car's bag and I'd put the mail in the
Yeah, if you
car's
go on
bag.
vacation, you'll ask your neighbor to go in there and take
Yeah.
the mail out,
Yeah.
keep it in your house, so just.
Yeah, I mean, I would do that because at some certain point in time, you know, here comes the vagrants and the vandals,
And there are big statements in there. I was like, well,
right?
Yeah.
Isn't that scary? Okay, so we're going around, we're checking our listing, we're making sure the flower box is full. What else, what other things can we be doing? One of the questions I'll always ask you is, have you done an open house at the property? Well, no, I don't really do open house. Really? Really? Did you think you were getting into real estate and you weren't going to be showing houses? Is that what you thought? I always think that's hysterical. Yeah, we really don't do open house. I'm like, really? Yeah, really? Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I got into sales so that I didn't have to answer my phone, show property, or go into houses.
you got that sarcasm down, don't you?
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
interesting, and you don't have any clients. Shocker. Okay, shocking. Get my point? If you're not going to be, don't take a listing if you're not willing to do open houses. Make a decision. Don't take a listing. But that still means you're going to be going into houses. FYI. And it also means that your buyer is out meeting me at open house or Stephanie.
Does that happen though, where you happen to pick up somebody else's?
Oh my God, yes. Karen, you want to talk about it?
Oh, well, luckily I was on the other side. But I have a client who actually is purchasing her second property through me. And she had been with another realtor for 4 years. And she said that, and she came to me, like I know her
her boyfriend like really well. And her boyfriend referred her to me, and I didn't know at the time that she was working with another realtor until we made an offer that got accepted. And she was like, well, I've been working with this guy, you know, but the reason why, you know, I wanted, you always answer your phone, you always, you know, you show me properties. I know you have a family, but for some reason you're always available. You know, the other guy, I had to wait till Friday, or I had to wait till, you know, type thing. So, look, I didn't force her into going into an agreement or anything like that, but it was just one of those things like, you know, performing and being available, answering your phone, texting her back. She would even text me at 11 and I just send her a quick text, you know, yeah, no, sure, we can do that, you know, type thing, and then go to bed. But it was just one of those things, like performance really made her decide.
So I just got a phone call, and this lady's been working with Century 21 in Wasilla for like 6 months. And she said she didn't sign an agreement with him or anything. And she said that she's off work tomorrow and she wants to come in and put an offer on that property on 79. Don't know, is that?
Well, so here's that's a great question. Can you put, if you have two separate customers that want to write on the same property, can you do that?
Yes.
Is it legal?
Yes.
Yes, it's legal.
More of, I was wondering, do I have any obligation to this other realtor at Century 21?
If there is, no,
I don't need to contact him or anything, right?
No, you really don't. You just need to.
It's going to work.
Yeah, and here's the thing, FYI, understand that buyers make the choice, again, just like when we were talking back here about, well, I got a phone call and I sent a referral to another licensee and they dropped the ball and they cheated me. No?
No, I didn't cheat.
No, but they dropped the ball.
Yeah.
But literally, like, I missed out on money because they didn't do what they were doing. Nope, that was just a what? Customer. That's just a customer. Customers get to vote with their dollars, guys. They get to choose who they work with. By the way, if we're all doing open house every single weekend, they could meet 6 of us. Okay, and they're going to choose who they're going to work with, even though they've met 6 of us. Maybe even 3 of us have been showing them property and have an AREC with them.
And so if Century 21 contacts you because somehow they get wind of the client and they say, hey, you've got my client. Then
What do you ask them for?
Yes, you want to send me over your signed
Buyer's
agreement.
agreement.
Do you have them under a buyer's representation agreement?
Because otherwise,
She said she hasn't
Those
signed.
buyer's representation agreements expire.
Yes, they do,
And
but.
they're not even
can be
concrete.
canceled.
No, you guys, they are absolutely 100%. Please do not delude yourself. Buyer's representation agreements are contracts. They are contracts. You can choose to enforce them, but I will also tell you something very smart. You don't want to probably be the first licensee that I'm aware of who's sued a client for commission. You know what I'm saying? So some of us will have buyer's representation agreements. Not every one of us will enforce them.
So how do you find out if your buyers bought something else with someone else?
But let me ask you a question. First of all, if it's been listed on the MLS, you can see who the selling licensee was.
No, I mean who the buyers are. Say you have some buyers that you have an agreement with and they switched. How do you find out if they bought with somebody else?
The tax records, or they just might, when the next time you call them, they might tell you that they're already under contract.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
already found one.
Is there a contract that you let them sign that said you have to make an offer and then it's not, you're not liable if they sign a contract with someone?
Well, we've got something in here called the MLS has a buyer's statement as well.
Yes.
Okay, and oh, by the way, if you get a text, let's say you do have a buyer's representation agreement, and all of a sudden you get a text that says, just want to let you know that I'm no longer going to be working with you. What does that mean?
You've been fired.
You've been fired.
And that's all they have to do is.
That's correct.
In writing.
That is correct.
That's what I meant when I said buyer's agreement.
Yeah, buyer's agreements all they have to do is say to you that I'm ending our I'm no longer need your services or whatever. And you need to be graceful about letting it go.
So should he tell his client there to go ahead and write that text, send that text to your former agent and just let them know?
But see, you guys, that's not our business. I can't force somebody to do something. You know, and I'm certainly not going to write a text for them.
No.
What if you put it in such a way that, Miss Adams, if it was me in West Little since you're 21, I would appreciate a text just saying I'm not going to be
You
working.
certainly could do
Just
that,
this
and
time is
that's a
valuable.
very lovely way to handle that. But again, it is their choice whether or not that they decide
Just
to.
looking for wordage.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a very lovely thing to say. However, I don't owe you, and I want you guys to be really careful about this, because other licensees don't owe you. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you can act in a really high ethical manner, and I love that everybody wants to do that, but I just need to let you know, meat and potatoes real estate licensees aren't worried about whether or not you have a contract with someone. As proved by, meat and potatoes real estate licensees who do this for a living are less concerned, bless you. We're very concerned with the listing. Why are we very concerned with the listing?
It's crazy business.
No, well, listings are the house, right? But buyers are basically, I want you to consider them free agents.
Yeah, listings are kind of money in your bank.
Correct. Buyers are free agents. So they are interacting with many of us. And some people are very unscrupulous. This was a tactic when ARECs first came out in 2005, you guys. People used to attach an AREC and a buyer's representation agreement together, saying that the documents had to be signed together. Well, one is disclosure and one's a contract. They're completely, just like Stephanie has, they're completely and totally separate things. So when you say you have to sign this, and you had the two parts married together, that was illegal, and that was also what?
That's a deception.
Deceptive, right? So there was a lot of people who walked around going, I did not sign a buyer's representation with XYZ Realtor. I signed an AREC. And then what did we find out that they were doing? It was a business tactic where they were trying to tie people down. We don't do that. Remember, good faith and fair dealing. Speaking of good faith and fair dealing, let's talk about the AREC pamphlet, shall we? Anybody want some credit today? Hey! Yay! Could you please sign and pass? Sure, of course you can. Did you not get that before? No,
We already did that, didn't we?
What about taking somebody else,
We already signed in.
We did for credit. It's the next credit.
I don't know what that.
That's okay. You know what you're gonna do? Sign again.
That
You'll
means
be
that
happy.
when
You'll be
you're done
happy.
with this, your 30 hours is taken care of.
Right? You'll be happy, I promise.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so people who are licensed, who want credit.
I forgot to sign in last one month.
Okay, we didn't give out credit, but I'm happy to have you. You want credit? Doesn't hurt. You're welcome. So I want to talk to you about the AREC pamphlet. What do you know? What do you know? What do you know?
Any more?
What's the words on the street? I have, are you missing?
I didn't get one.
You did not get one? I can do this off the top of my head. There you go.
Did you get one?
Is there not enough? No, there should have been 15. The good news is, I'll give you credit anyway, and and at the break, I'll run additional ones if we need to. Nope, I've got, guess what I have right here? Thank you for
Somebody
asking.
else's listing?
Yes, you can be fired from a listing, but you have to actually be fired. Yep. And sometimes it's going to come through your broker, and sometimes it's going to come through your, the seller's just going to say, I'm not happy. Now, can you do everything right and still get fired?
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
Just because
So-
it doesn't sell.
So if you have a listing agreement.
Uh-huh.
It runs for a period of time, usually 6 months.
Yep.
For a single family home.
Uh-huh.
Your seller's bound by contract too, right?
Correct. It is a contract, however, you can be fired
So how do you, for non-performance?
for any number of different reasons. You can
And
be
then,
fired.
and then they basically get out.
Right, so
I
let's
look at it
just,
like it's perception of reality, and
Yep.
whatever their perception is you're fired.
Yeah.
So so with my deal,
Yep.
my seller's like, you know, at this point, she's so frustrated. with the situation.
Yeah.
You know,
Tell-
that,
A situation of her own creation, isn't that
yeah,
hysterical?
I know exactly.
I know, wait.
Yeah, thanks for
Thanks.
getting me in your swarm here.
Yeah.
She's gonna say you screwed her up.
No.
No, I think she's pretty aware.
Yeah, she wants to, she's like, at this point, I'll just keep it and we'll just rent it.
No, and what can
Okay,
you,
so-
what can
so
you do,
what's
and
my
your
next
response
course?
could be like, well, we actually have a contract to sell this.
And that's what I'm wondering, is
Yeah.
that could she get out of that
Well,
contract
right-
based on that?
See, what she would have to do, and this is a unique situation, so right now, we're in contract, not only for the listing, but also for the sale, correct?
Yeah.
And until that contract for the sale terminates,
Yeah.
no, she cannot get out of the listing,
Yeah, right.
because
But-
we,
But if that DFT is in the old contract we have, that's our listing contract, and then how could she get out of that?
she could decide that she'd like to pull the property off the market, she can
Because it's
decide.
hers, she doesn't have to sell it,
That's
we
correct.
can force her to sell.
That's correct. But you can say, and here's things that
Is it
do,
my time and my effort? $2,000.
is there something in your listing that agrees to an amount?
I believe there is, yes.
Okay, and you can
I don't know
also,
exactly how I worded it, but
yeah,
it's percent.
we have I put a cancellation clause in my listings, and it's 1%. So if you want to cancel this and get out of it, absolutely fine. No harm, no foul, 1% of the sales price. Okay, and I don't say that I'm going to count on my marketing expenses, because let's be real, people. You just really don't.
So where do you put that 1%?
You put it in, remember, listings have additional terms and conditions, just like, hang on, let me show you.
Even if they say they want to cancel for your report beforehand or something like that, you can still.
Of course you can.
Yeah, my friend Teresa is trying to tell my mom she can sell the house.
You're
She
only-
doesn't.
You're only
Push
gonna,
it and push it and push it. And she's trying to get me buyers to get the listing. But the thing with this listing is they're doing a purchase and contingency and selling their house, and I'm the agent of the other house because I was with counseling for them. But if they cancel my listing here, then they were going to cancel the other one because I'm the agent of the contingency and selling this one to buy the other one.
Well, here's what you need to tell them. I said, you've got a domino going here. Why would we do this? You know, they're much smart, it's much smarter to do, to stay with the same licensee when you've got a contingency than it is to mess about.
I just told them if they were going to start with somebody else with a different price and new ideas, why will they not give me that same opportunity to?
And that's
Because
exactly
they
what
don't
you should
wanna-
be saying.
They don't want to lower the price.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure this other people is going to attack to lower the price.
Sure.
If you're going to lower the price, give me that chance.
Absolutely.
I've been working on your house for 3 months, I've been doing door knocking, I've been doing open houses.
Exactly.
Say-
And by the way, what you should be doing, one of the reasons, so everybody's asking me for systems, right? Systems, I need systems. Okay, cool. Here's a system, right? On a piece of paper, keep track of what you're doing.
And my weekly check-in.
Yes.
I kind of rotate whether I'm gonna call them personally or do the email or the text, which they've given me permission for.
Yep.
When I email, I always say, wow, you're at Home Land this week.
Yep.
Reposted on Craigslist.
There you go.
You know, and so every time I'm telling them,
What you're doing.
yeah, and I get that, wow, you're looking so hard for us. Thank you.
Exactly. I filled your flyer box up 17
Yeah.
times.
Every little.
We did an open house.
Okay, that's one of the things that I don't understand with my client, because she say, you're working so much for our house, I think that you're doing a lot. And I wanna take that stress away from you. That's my word, lady. Don't worry if I work a lot or not. This is what I have to do to sell your house, and I'm going to do it. But you have so much on your plate, and I feel like we're giving you so much extra.
Well, I think somebody's trying to feed some
Yeah,
garbage
yes,
lines in
yeah.
your head. That's, I hear somebody else coming up with, well, tell her this.
Yeah.
Say that.
well, what made your client decide that you were so busy in the first place?
She's got another licensee in her ear wanting the listing. Yeah. And by the way, let me tell you right now, do not, under penalty of me coming and kicking your ass, do not do that to another licensee.
No.
Do not do that. Okay? FYI, houses just won't sell. People will get frustrated. Then they'll go away. But do not try and interfere. It's called, are you ready? It's called torturous interference with a contract. Let me tell you one more time. Torturous interference with a contract. I'll say it one more time. Torturous, T-O-R-T, torturous interference with a contract. It's a legal term, meaning that you're interfering with our listing.
So that could be told to that other listing licensee from her.
It could. I mean, it could, but I mean, all things aside, be very careful, because right now, the last thing you want to do is when a listing licensee has another friend or family member or somebody else trying to pressure them to change licensees, the last thing you need to do is go aggressive. You need to do performance, okay? Because again, you can be fired. So like, it doesn't do you any good to go that way. However, if you interfere with my listing contract, okay, if our broker finds out that another licensee is interfering with one of our listings or one of our purchase and sale agreements, this is another thing. Do not ever, ever read another licensee's listing agreement or purchase and sale agreement without coming and talking to a manager first.
How would you have your hands on it?
Okay, all the time. People are going to ask you, hey, I've got this, I mean, Evangelina, how many times has somebody said, Evangelina, can you look at this? I don't think, you'll have a friend calling you up saying, well, I'm in a contract and I didn't use you, but now I want to use you for all this advice. So can you take a look, and why are they doing this? And I don't understand why they're asking me that. And can you read this for me? What's your answer?
No.
No. Your answer is, if I'm not a party to it, it's none of my damn business.
It's unethical.
It's not only is it unethical, you are not a party to that contract. You are not an attorney. Close your eyes, put it down. It's not yours.
They call the contract to you, and or like in my situation, it's like, oh, I didn't understand that part, and why you didn't hire me.
Mm-hmm.
If they cannot explain to you what you're reading there, or what are you doing, then it's your choice. Finish with that, and then call me, and I will help you out.
Exactly, but you cannot interfere with somebody else's contract. So when somebody says, I've got a question on a purchase and sale agreement, what you need to do is tell them, you need to contact your licensee. If you're not happy with their answer, ask if they have a sales manager. If you're not happy with the sales manager's answer, the sales manager has a boss. Who's the boss? The broker. If you're not happy with that, call the who? Real estate commission. So did you get that? So I'm always directing people back to their licensee, because bottom line, you don't know the circumstances. Somebody can give you one teeny piece of information when you don't have the entire whole to understand why something might be required, asked for, they're doing something this way, not doing something the other way, blah, 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 blah. You don't have the scope. Yes, sir.
Yes, if you have an existing contract with someone, let's say the buyer,
Mm-hmm.
and there's anything available like an exit commission, like, let's say, like Blaine said, you were working with someone for 3 months, you work your butt off, the buyer is exiting the contract.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have any commission, like a percentage?
You possibly do, but which one of us is going to sue that person for money? Most of us are going to walk away, and if you're doing your business right, you've got so much other activity and business coming in that you're just going to say, what I tell you all the time is put that in your rear view mirror and say next.
Yeah.
Okay, I really do, because I can't, there's a lot of money I could get out of people.
Even if you spend so much energy and
Yep,
so much
yep,
things
yep.
into that property.
Yep.
They get their earnest money back.
Yeah, absolutely.
To do that to you first.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you, there's an adage out there. I don't believe this personally, but I do understand why you might say this. They say that buyers are liars. Okay, and here's what I'm going to tell you. Buyers aren't necessarily liars. Buyers just don't have the same perception that you do. Buyers understand that they're going shopping at many different stores. Okay? You think that because they walked into your store, that back to the same thing, that they're your client. They're not your client, they're your customer.
Well, you really have to be wise with people. I mean, you got to read people who is an able buyer.
Correct.
Because there would be so many
And
clowns around.
Correct, and watch this. Okay, so Phil, you're ready to buy a car this weekend. Okay? You're ready to buy a car. You're going on to the Mercedes car lot, or Tesla car lot, or whatever. Or
I like your Tesla idea.
you like the Tesla. You're going on to the Tesla car lot. I've got a car waiting. Are you going to wait for me for 3 weeks to get back to you to buy that car, or are you just going to buy it?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna wait.
You're not going to wait for me?
Go forward, yeah.
You're not going to wait for my phone call or my text or my email. You're just going to buy it? Do you get my point?
Any salesman knows to stand by you.
Okay, get my point.
You gotta get the nearest warm body.
Exactly. So and I always tell people, when I go into Best Buy, okay, I'm going in at a gun held to my head because my kid wants something that's in that store, and it's normally behind a locked cabinet. I don't give a damn which one of the boys in the blue shirts gets the commission. When they perp walk me up to the cash register to pay for this thing, I don't care who got the commission. I just want the thing. Do you get it? That's exactly what buyers are thinking. I don't give a damn which one of you helps me do this. I just want the house. Okay? But you think that we're in some deep personal relationship. We're not in a deep personal relationship. They're buying a house. Okay?
I was showing property to a girl. I was showing properties pretty much for 6 months. Very late hours because after her work.
Sure.
On the days when she has available. And it's always like an excuse, or sometimes a second leave from the husband, and the husband will say no. Then 6 months into this, she asked me to go to her, it was Zilla, to see a house and the father was recommending. It was my daughter's graduation from college. I said, you know what, this is the first time that I'm going to tell you no, because this is very, very important for me. I don't care if you're my best client, she's my daughter forever, and it's her graduation. Can you wait until tomorrow? She went to Wasilla and put an offer on the house.
So the answer to that question was no. Remember, people are not thinking about you, your family, your bills, what's going on with you. They're thinking about what? Them. And remember, because the market moves so fast, if they have to wait for you, what happens if they lose the house? Right? So just think about it.
But if she calls me, I pretend after my daughter's graduation, I get to offer. Hey, you really want this house? Let me put the offer for you.
Sure.
Sign it. No, he signed right there. She didn't even care. Then I showed her house for 6 months and 10 o'clock at night.
Okay, so on the, you guys, hang on 1 second. On the listing agreement, under here where it says other terms, just like on the purchase and sale agreement where you put the additional terms and conditions, you want to know where you can write things in, right here. 1% cancellation fee. Can you write that in? Every day, twice on
price
Sunday.
or the selling price?
Of whatever the list price is. So whatever the price is. So if you want to, so if we have it listed in the multiple listing service, you guys, for $400,000, 1% is $4,000. If we reduce the price to $350, then 1% is $3,500. So whatever the list price is, that would be the cancellation fee. No, that's not hard to enforce at all. And by the way, that's super easy because then they understand that there's a cancellation with penalty. Yes, absolutely, you can get out of this listing agreement. There's a cancellation. Okay, but what really jacks me up is when people say, well, you have to pay all my marketing expenses. Let me ask you a question. What are your marketing expenses? It's really hard at our company to run up a crap ton of marketing expenses. In reality, you have a lockbox rental fee. That's $4 a month. Okay, we put up your sign. We provide you the flyer box. Okay, professional photos. That's $100. Now what? But do you see what I'm saying? I'd rather you do a 1% of the sale price and have, other than telling me that you want. I spent $50 on color flyers. Do you see where I'm at? Pretty soon it gets hard to justify your fee.
So there is a cancellation fee.
You can charge a cancellation fee. We're all independent business owners. You can charge a cancellation fee. I highly recommend, now here's what's smart. Not only can you put a cancellation fee in there, but if you choose to, you can waive the cancellation fee. Did you hear me there?
Right.
Just like with a buyer's representation agreement. I can have somebody dead to right on a buyer's rep agreement. I can choose to let them out of that. I can also choose not to. Do you get that? That's a very powerful place to be, rather than have nothing for nobody.
Sometimes you can probably make a lot more money waiving that cancellation fee.
You absolutely can. What you got there, mister?
Okay, I have a question. Going back to what happened to her.
Yes.
Could she have done something different? Could she send one of her colleagues instead of her? And how will that
That's her choice to have done that.
affect or benefit her business?
That would have been her choice. Could she have, could you have sent somebody else? Possibly. But just like what happened with Honey Kim earlier, Honey Kim called another licensee and said, would you take this appointment? and they did not. They didn't show up. So yes, you can, but that doesn't guarantee you that you're gonna get the sale either.
Well, what if somebody else goes and takes the appointment and they sign with them? Is that,
Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. Yes, you can do that. Now, could it go great? Yes. Could it go indifferent? Yes. Could it go wrong? Yes. Okay, so any one of those things can happen, but yes, absolutely. Do you have somebody in this room right now that you trust that actually works just like you do? Okay, that you could flip, we call it flipping a buyer to. So is there somebody, I mean, you two lovely ladies, I would think you two could trust each other all day long and twice on Sunday. You work in the same office. You could call Zena and Zena could call you and you guys would work together on doing a deal, right? And you can make a decision. Are we splitting it? Are we doing a referral fee? What are we doing? But if I've been, and here's the hard thing for Evangelino. Listen to this. I've been showing this buyer for 6 months. You did one showing appointment. They wrote an offer. Now I have to give away 25 to 50% of my commission. For an hour, for 2 hours of drive time, that's a little, do you see where I'm going? That sometimes gets a little rough. So, but you want to have a conversation about how you would do it. And sometimes the person who writes the offer obviously feels like they should have half because they wrote the offer.
I sometimes open houses for John Wilson with
Sure.
locations.
Yes.
And then they do get the listing at 25%.
Yeah, exactly.
And I do the same for him. Can you please go and show this one? I'm not available, or I'm on another show.
Yep.
Just
Yep.
like that. And John Wilson is the person that I'll be working doing stuff like that.
Okay.
And it's working well.
Yeah, absolutely. But relax yourself a little bit. Imagine if if Evangelina told me I've been working with this person for 6 months, you showing them a house and writing an offer to me isn't worth 50%. Do you get my point? So be careful with that. Okay. Any other questions? Were you good? Okay. But I can't guarantee. And then the other thing that could have happened, same thing, is that John, somebody else goes and shows the property, and now they don't call either one of us back. That could happen too. Yes, sir.
So if you're gonna do a referral, I'm gonna refer it to you for 25%. Is there a form that
You can do a form, but I'm gonna tell you, if Evangelina called me, she and I are gonna do it together. You don't have to put it in a form, is what I'm trying to say. You absolutely can. But what I'm trying to tell you is between Evangelina and myself, she knows that that's not ever going to be an issue. I know the same thing with her.
Maybe.
And we don't have to worry about it until it actually goes into contract. Does that make sense? I mean, I don't have to fill out all these referral agreements unless it's actually going to go somewhere.
If you get some contract, we have to, because we have to send it to.
That's correct.
And they split.
Yep. Okay.
So whoever wrote that offer takes it through to the end if it's accepted, so.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
what about if it's happening in a different state? You have a friend that lives in Texas and you call them up and you're like, well, I'm trying to get, I want to buy a house. And you're like, well, I'm a realtor, or I'm a salesperson, I can find someone. And then you get on the phone, and you find a realtor, and at that point, is there something that?
Yes, we have an agreement. Absolutely. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Okay, you guys, let's take a 10-minute break and then let's go bust into this. And is anybody missing copies of the class? Because I can run upstairs and get copies. Is anybody missing? The AREC class? Yes, I can. Oh, I'm totally going to the I know. You've met me, I see. Huh? I think at least one. I'll be right back. Sure.
So common.
Y por ejemplo, cuando deciste en Florida, y después hizo como ¿quién te paga? ¿Cómo te paga?
I did work on real estate yesterday, and I feel like I'm falling behind.
Oh.
Just one day.
I know, it's like, these other things, but.
Yeah.
These other things, you feel so guilty.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I
It's
like.
horrible feeling.
Oh, the week, that was good.
It was good.
Yeah, it was like,
It was good. It was good. I took what was your fucking day today? The day off. Yeah. I've been out.
yeah, you have to do stuff like that. on the weekend.
Yeah.
You have to relax.
So you got rid of your old big computer now? The little one now?
Yeah.
These are nice.
My shoulder, I'm breathing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this thing is like beast. It's like, I'll eventually get one of those little ones. Because I need something that's a little lighter. But this is like everything.
And it fits in your purse and you can.
Yeah, that thing, yeah.
You never know when you need it.
Yeah. I know. Hit up the title.
You know where I got this one? It's a refurbished.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So I
That's
didn't-
what this is too. I never bought. Oh, yeah.
Because you get 1 year.
Oh, yeah.
1 year.
Oh, protection? Oh,
Yeah, protection,
warranty.
yeah, warranty. Oh.
On Thursday, Gabe was addressing that whole, because we're putting out the early sign.
Yeah.
Some, there, you know, that one company in particular, they complained about it on
I know Scott, I sent him pictures of them. Send it in and they get $100.
Oh, when you got something.
Yeah.
Slowing down there.
And that might come in like the secret So if you guys see somebody in your neighborhood, I'm pretty sure they're rooming, how do you go about approaching them? I think where my neighbors is doing. I want to knock on the door, but I want to see.
But, you know, I sent a letter really to everybody. And I've seen a lot of places since then.
Face to face, guys.
So, yeah, I think the face to face, I think the letters were complacent.
I am your neighbor first off. Yeah, I was right down there, so they don't freak out and be nervous.
Yeah. You know, if they need help, it's hard.
You know, I think that's usually
Because, you know,
And I would just gonna.
sort of get frustrated with real estate stuff. Like, you have successes, then you have
But you learn.
you learn, you come into the class, it's like, oh, okay, kind of like, really like, I really like everybody, like you, I like everybody. You know, it's like-
And I know how quick
It
you
makes
go.
people-
Well, that's great.
You know, like, there's no way to go out there.
Man, it's the wild west, it's the wild west, it is, and there's a sense of community. Well, no, it's like a sense of community and sense of protection. You have when
I don't know what this building for.
Yeah.
I mean, we want that you can get more relationship, but there's other,
I know.
But at the same time,
oh, I know.
and then they.
Yeah. Well, these are really, and, you know, it's a nice process.
You met often, first
Yeah, I met her once, you know, and she was
Yes.
They know that you're new.
yeah, I know, and she's salt.
So those kind of people out there.
I know you're new, so I'm not gonna assume for a second that you, I'm not gonna take anything, I'm not gonna take anything for granted that you know.
And so.
How does she know you're new? Tell them that you were.
Basically, it's got opened up.
Or your
Right,
license
beginning,
number.
the whole listing, situation, yeah, I basically had to prove that I had a listing agreement. Like, why, you know? And then she, oh, it's the book. Like that. Yeah,
Well, they always-
Teresa was talking to her, like, you have an agreement. Like, and you can send it to them. That's
No, it makes you feel rich. It's not.
I've never, I usually don't have like ulcer like.
I know, that's how I felt with this. I was trying to be very kind.
We really don't have any.
I mean, keep good heart.
Yeah.
You get this feeling like, ah.
And we don't have much of
You need to.
Some people are probably.
Oh, I know, I would.
Yes.
Would you have one neighbor that kind of.
And we have a couple of people at Jasper's living. They're selling their house and like. So. I mean,
Yeah, I think my.
One of the things that, I was grateful for it, that I literally probably feel like.
I mean, unless.
Yeah.
And he's.
In my situation, I mean, I know how negotiation goes. If you get something locked from the front end, sort of like, wonderful. You don't have a lot of
But we don't have.
and especially if so the way I see it. So if you negotiate for like closing costs to begin with, it's a little bit of an assumption that the house is in the condition, and that if, you know, you're not going to be asking for a lot of repairs because you've already asked for it already. In this case, you know, and then that's in a perfect situation where you like the house is on the market, there's a disclosure available. All these things you can do a little bit of due diligence, help your client, you know, make a decision on whether to offer this or what kind of negotiating leverage. In this case, they reached their hand out, black box, and grabbed on whatever was in there. And now they own it, and it's like not my problem. You know, it is, they bought it, the problems that are being uncovered are not disclosure problems. They are their due diligence problems.
Yes.
You don't have to,
It's their, these are their, this is the unfolding of those situations.
Share this, show it to them, and then sign it afterwards.
So it's like, whenever you're in this situation, and then so asking for more, and it's like, yeah. Negotiate your position. It's like,
Just so you, and so this is going to be on
or you
the
buy the property.
Yes,
Because it's not first
Sir.
property. It's what it is. Now, so
So
it's
this side
like,
that I have in,
you go downtown, you better know what you're
like,
doing.
1 o'clock, I have the option to do that, whatnot.
Yeah,
After
and
that, then we have work to do, right? I'm happy because you don't wanna go view this open house, or this for sale by owner. Anytime after 1:30, so do I not really want to slow down right now? Because I don't know when we're after.
You can, why don't you see if you can, if you can set the appointment, because do you have you contacted the seller to find out what's available?
It's actually not for sale by owner, I just said that.
Right,
so
you said that, no, I heard that,
It
that you
was
found out.
actually listed with Remax.
Right, I heard you say that.
Okay.
Yeah, but did you, I mean, so when is that, I mean, we have to, let's look at the,
I just talked to Tim Kelly,
okay,
is this listing agent.
okay,
He said I could show it anytime after 1:30.
okay.
But I wanted to, I didn't know if I'm gonna be, who has stuff to do.
Okay, well, you know what I would say, is I would say, you control when you set the appointment. Does that make sense?
Right.
So decide if maybe you can have, if you can set the appointment to view the property tonight. Do you see what I'm saying? So you control the time.
Maybe anytime after 4.
Does that sound right?
Yes. I guess so. I just don't know what I'm gonna be doing. I don't know what my obligations are.
Okay.
For this, to go through today, I don't know if I have.
Who are you representing and who is just a customer?
Okay.
That's your priority. Who do you represent and who's just your customer?
You know what I'm saying? I don't know what kind of work I might have to do today.
I think once you get the offer accepted, that's the biggest thing. I don't know what work you'd have to do. See where I'm at?
I don't know either.
I don't think anything.
We have to get an appraiser.
No, relax, not today. We gotta get it in contract first. That's not the next thing. Do you see what I'm saying? So you just need to get it, find out whether or not your offer is gonna get accepted.
They want to do a early occupancy,
Okay,
and they have to.
it's not, I'm gonna, do you remember what I was telling Honey Kim? You don't have a home inspection yet?
Yes, we do. It's accepted. It's done.
The offer is accepted.
The home inspection.
Okay, that's,
You just said we didn't.
no, listen to what I was saying to Honey Kim before. I was saying you're jumping the gun. You don't even have the home inspection done yet on her offer.
Okay.
Okay, in your case, you don't have the offer accepted yet.
Right.
Okay, so until that offer is accepted, there's no steps to do. There's nothing to worry about. There's no appointment to make because you don't know until you have it accepted. So you have no workload to do. Even though it feels like you've got a bunch of stuff to do, you do not.
Okay, one more question.
Sure.
Since I did the offer at, we got done at 10:30 in the morning.
Sure.
And it was in Jed's hands
Sure.
yesterday.
Okay.
How long do they have to give me a counter offer?
When did you give them to accept it or what was the time that you put on the contract?
5 o'clock tonight.
Okay, then that's how long they have. Do you see my point?
Yes.
Okay. You're spinning. Take, I know, take it's a new BC home. I know, you guys are swarming. I'm just like, holy crap.
I wonder how much credit you get from us.
It's awesome, I love it.
I love that.
That was.
In my bag. Should I give them some?
Well, if we had Valium, that's what we
Tomorrow's my inspection and I have to bug you again.
That's okay. No, you've been totally calm. I just keep going, nothing happens until that home inspection is done.
I'm taking your word.
Trust me, I'm being honest with you.
Teresa?
Yes.
You forgot to ask me what I did.
Oh, you better ask him.
Oh, okay. What you do in real estate since I've seen you last?
I went to this open house. I went to meet up with these guys and I called you, you know.
Sure.
You have this company.
Is he trying to recruit you?
It's trying to recruit me.
Probably worth it. I would just try to friends first.
I went to Joe.
You better not. You better stay with us here.
Just
trying to out. You better stay with us here.
No, I went to see Phil.
Oh, I thought you. I thought someone was recruiting him to another.
I went to another one too, but I was working around here. I was gonna go on Sunday.
Value.
Yeah.
Okay.
I asked him where his wife was, and asked him there.
Yeah, exactly.
It was just arguing.
Why
I
do they not have,
Because I've never seen them before.
right?
No, it's like I would have to.
Okay, guys, everybody ready? Back with me. So let's talk about ARECs. Why are ARECs so important? Tell me what the dig is. Who knows?
Okay, we use our licenses.
Okay, that's excellent.
That works.
Yes.
That is part of the deal. So why does the consumer, because remember, let's talk about what the AREC is all about.
Because
The
we
Alaska
want-
Real Estate Consumer Disclosure.
They want to make sure that they have a fiduciary relationship that they can fully trust, that you're going to disclose.
Okay.
Everything they need.
Sort of. I mean, you're right along the right track. Let's talk about how the Alaska Real Estate Commission wants to ensure that the licensees who are licensed under it operate with what's called consumer what? Consumer what? Consumer protection. So it is our job as licensees to protect the consumer. Any single human being that we run into, as a matter of fact, except for folks who, I've only got a few folks in here who don't have a license, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I've got two, your licenses haven't come in, so you two are my customers. Okay, you would be all of us, to all of us, these two gentlemen are our customers. Why would that be?
They're not realtors yet.
They're not realtors, and we haven't entered into any relationship with them. You're just a customer, okay?
Wait a second.
Okay.
You said realtor, licensee, and the realtors, they take the course. Or realtors.
Realtor is our trade organization, okay? And your point is well taken. We are licensees. All consumers call us agents, okay? I don't ever get in anybody's face about saying licensee versus agent because it's irrespective. It's what the consumer calls you, okay? You can get really excited about that word, and I don't get so excited about it. But licensees is how we're licensed under the state statute, okay? But we have to practice consumer protection. The consumer has the right to know when they walk into the listing, who are you and what are you doing here? Okay, because remember I told you there's a licensee upstairs who never sits his own open houses. He only goes and sits other people's open houses, and when the consumer walks in the door, what does he say? I do not represent the seller. Okay?
So, this weekend, right, I went to open house.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to the first one, which was a different company. And I walked into the door. This lady happened to be, it was happened to her listing.
Mm-hmm.
But, so I walk in and she never introduced herself to me. So I was like, really? Hold on, like there was a garage sale that was going on next door, and the very first thing that came out of her mouth is like, "Are you sure you're not here for the garage sale?"
Did you ask her how long she's been doing this?
Yeah. She's supposed to be doing this for 10 years. And I go like, really? Like, you don't really want to sell, do you? I mean, I didn't tell her that, but I was like, really? No. And she didn't introduce herself to me until like towards the very end.
Now, that might be calculated though, Abraham, and I'll tell you why. Not every single person who walks in the door, people do not feel supremely confident, or they get their back up when somebody is kind of a little bit more aggressive with them. But I think it's interesting that from your perspective, you didn't like it that somebody didn't introduce themselves.
You told her your name, and she didn't tell you hers.
No, it was just like, are you sure you're not here for the wrestle? And I'm like, really?
Well, yeah, and I'll tell you why. She softballed you. She tried to get you into a conversation and to start talking to her instead of going, "Hi, I'm Teresa Block with Jaguar Real Estate. Let me show you around." Okay, because I'm not a game show host, right? This is the kitchen. Let me show you the master bath. That's a little weird, don't you think?
Time to make an offer.
Yeah, I know. So, out of all the amenities that I just shown you in this house, which one can you not live with today? Press hard, you're making 3 copies, Abraham. Okay, so, I mean, people act like real people in open house. What she's doing is she's not being super pushy with you. She's just trying to open up a dialogue and have a conversation with you, hoping that you'll talk to her, and then she'll ask you some questions.
Right.
Okay? So don't find that shocking and amazing. That's not unusual. Okay?
But,
Yeah, don't find that shocking and amazing, because you're going to be sitting in open houses and you're going to find when you're like, "Hi, I'm Abraham with Jaguar Real Estate," people are going to be like, "Hi."
give me some space.
And they're gonna do exactly this. They're gonna like go, "Okay, thanks," and they're gonna back up and they're gonna leave. And it seems counterintuitive, but you want somebody to walk into the property. You want them to kind of take a look around. You want to lob them some softballs. You want to try and get them into a conversation, because remember, they've just met 7 other ones of us. Okay, so the more aggressive people tend to do what? It's like, have you guys stepped on a car lot lately?
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
If they would just give me some space.
Yeah, I literally
I
on
run
a
away from this.
I literally on a car lot had a guy come as we were driving through the car lot, come up to my window, and I'm like, "Thanks, no." Knock on my window and I'm like, "No, thank you." Okay, and he can hear me through the window. I'm like, "No, thank you." You know, and he starts running after my car. Okay, so, and that made me do what?
Leave.
Speed up, slow down, speed up.
We went to, my husband needed a part for his truck and he couldn't get it anywhere else in town, so we went to the dealer. And I'm not even kidding you, before we parked the car, there were like 6 people standing close by to help us.
And if you really want, a car dealership is a wonderful way to go get that treatment. Another way is go walk into Sadler's Furniture Store. I literally told this kid, I said, "Look, I'm in sales. Do you have your card? Great. I promise you, I'm in sales as well." So what I'm telling you when I tell you I'm in sales is what?
Back off.
I know you work in commission. I understand. I've just met you. You've tagged me. I'm it for you. Cool. I'll come and find you if I have any questions or if I need anything. I promise. And I said to him, now, the kid followed me. Literally, he was right behind me. And I finally told him, I literally pushed him back and said, "You need to understand people's hula hoops, don't you?" He goes, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Get out of my personal space."
Do you tell them?
I did. I said, if somebody is way too close to you, has anybody,
Yeah.
it's very uncomfortable. And we're all in, and I said, "Look, I said, not only am I in sales, I'm a sales manager. Where's your sales manager?" You know? Yeah, and because he was,
So he was basically hugging you.
basically hugging me the whole time. And there's nothing more like startling. And I don't know about you guys. It's awful. And I just said, "What is wrong with you? Back up." And he would not stop following also. They must tell them in furniture stores to stick with you. And I'm like, literally, you're losing. And I said, "You're losing me right here." I said, I won't work with you. I'll actually leave the store and take my business somewhere else, because I really don't like this. So you need to understand, how do people feel when they meet professional salespeople? And we try and do everything we can to not do that.
No, I understand, but I remember the very first thing you said, like when someone comes in and introduce yourself, and I just find it different. But I mean, you got point.
Yeah.
You can't just be too.
Well, but remember, when you're a realtor, your job is, now, make sure you heard me. When you're a realtor going into an open house, your job is to go up there and introduce yourself. You can't, Abraham, if you're not licensed, you can't get credit for the class. I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, so yeah, don't sign it. But did you get the difference? If I'm just a consumer, I'm coming in to see the property, right? If I'm a realtor, you need to go introduce yourself immediately and let somebody know who you are. That's the difference. Okay, but don't expect a consumer is walking into the house just hoping that you are not an asshat and that they can come and take a look at the property and maybe ask some questions. Do you know what I mean? So they've already run into 7 or 8 of you already today of various different configurations.
So you're at an open house with another realtor, and you're a realtor, okay? I wouldn't leave there wondering anything. There's 1,000 different sales pitches. If you're wondering why she did, what she said, I would ask her.
No, I completely got into a conversation there.
Yeah.
And
But the reason why she got into a conversation with you is because she made a joke with you and asked you about whether or not you were making a mistake by coming in. So she literally mind ninja'd you into talking to her. Because she didn't try and sell you on the house. She just tried to talk to you like a human being. Trust me, Abraham. Trust me. He's going, no, that didn't just happen.
Well, I tell you what, I wasn't dressed up. I was actually working.
Mm-hmm.
So I look like a construction worker. And
construction workers are jobbers.
And that really threw me off because I was like, really? Because I'm wearing Carhartt and a shirt. Now all of a sudden, all I'm
Abraham, I'm going to tell you 100%. That's your perception, not hers.
Yeah.
Her perception is I'm just trying to get you into I'm just trying to have a conversation with this guy and see if he'll talk to me. Because a lot of times people walk in and they're just like, okay, thanks. I just want to see the house. Okay. I mean, they start to get very hostile. Yeah. Okay. Not too close. And you're just like, I've got somebody else. Yeah. I'm working with Jack. Jack, wait, back up. Swear to God. Yeah.
I will jack you up.
I know. We're Jack White Real Estate. We're here to serve. No, but seriously, people will get like, I just want to come in. Can I just come in? Is that okay?
No, there is people like that. I have met people like that.
Yeah. So like literally, we really teach people to kind of softball. I'm like, here, kitty, and then you let him come in.
Yeah, someone told me I only want to work with. He said that to me in the open house. Oh, I'm already working with someone, and I want to work with Kevin Singapore.
Yeah.
But the wife likes me.
Yep. There you go.
So I talked to the wife.
There you go. But yeah, I mean, there are tricks to getting people into open house, and I'm just telling you, she was being more subtle than you think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it had nothing to do with how you were dressed. It had nothing to do with you being a construction worker. I just need you to have a conversation with me, so I'm trying to be very casual.
Right.
Okay, so that's. She impressed me.
Well, that's why I went, because I kind of want to know. I mean, even though I don't have my license yet, I kind of want to get to know a general idea of what it's like. And see what it's all about, Sure. Because to me, the idea of open houses is not something that really strikes me, because I've been shopping for houses for a long time, Like I said before, I love homes. I like to get into houses because I like to look at them.
Sure.
But it never occurred to me to go in an open house.
Well, now it's your business. You're going to be in all kinds of open houses. Okay, so let's talk about the AREC. So remember, what again is the AREC?
Consumer protection.
Okay, for all the public, correct? The public has the right to know when they meet you what your relationship is. Okay, so specific assistance. We need to talk about specific assistance for a minute. When you are crossing, I call it a Rubicon. And every single one of us are going to be crossing it at a different minute. And there are times when I'm saying to myself, oh my gosh, I'm providing specific assistance, but I don't have an AREC down my dress at this party. Do you know what I'm saying? I know that I'm starting to talk about this. So can I make a suggestion for you? One of the things I did, and I'm happy to do it for anybody else, you can save an AREC as a PDF, email it to yourself so that you have an AREC and it's on my phone. I have a couple documents that I have a little folder that I keep in here. And I've got documents in it, and they're just PDFs that I've sent myself. okay? Nothing interesting that I did. They're not filled out or anything like that. But if, for example, I'm in an event where I start to say to myself, oh my gosh, I'm starting to have kind of what we call substantial conversation about real estate. And that for every single one of you, that's going to be different, where you start to think like I'm having substantial conversation. And oh, by the way, do not underestimate the power of some random stranger to just stand there and start, again, with the word vomit all over you and be telling you their entire life story. And you're like, oh my gosh, I'm providing specific assistance. Oh my God, my ears are listening. I'm now representing this person. Oh my God, wait, we're in a relationship. Wait a minute. And your first name is, do you see what I'm saying? People, when they find out that you're in real estate, some people will just do what? Just start talking. And all of a sudden you're thinking, okay, wait a minute. Now, one of the things I didn't do when I was a younger licensee is I didn't say, stop in the name of real estate and let's have a conversation. And that's okay to do that. And one of the reasons that I try and joke around a little bit is that I tried to use humor, as a way to be like, oh my gosh, I need to let you know something, Zena. We've been sitting here at this dinner party talking, and now we're in a real estate relationship. I need to send you an AREC. Okay? I just tried to find ways to say things that I needed to say so that they weren't offensive and they weren't off-putting, right? So same thing, if you were standing at a dinner party, for example, or a formal event, and all of a sudden you were just casually, you asked Phil, okay, Phil, what do you do? And Phil, you would have said prior to real estate, well, I'm an environmental blah, 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 blah. And I'd have been like, that's awesome. Because I'm thinking, right, I'm in real estate. I'm like, he has a job. Why is that really important to me?
Buy a house.
He can buy a house. That's all I care about, right? So I'm all of a sudden, then he, of course, asked me, Teresa, what do you do? And I'm like, well, I'm in real estate. He goes, real estate? I love real estate, because who doesn't love real estate? And then all of a sudden we're talking, right? And then, I mean, would you find it odd if somebody said, hang on a second. I'm whipping out this document, let's chat. Would that be a little weird to you? Depending on where my AREC holster was, especially,
Sorry, it's a little sweaty.
No, it smells amazing. That's what it does. I'm glowing. Okay.
Little leather
I know my little AREC holster where I just kind of yes, not a contract. Okay, so you get that we understand that would be odd, wouldn't it? If I'm at the grocery store and I'm standing there and as I normally do, I try and start conversations with people. It makes it really easy because when you're in sales, what should you be trying to do all the time? You're trying to sell. So when I'm ordering chicken curry from the lovely lady at the deli, what am I also talking to her about?
Real estate.
Real estate. I really am. I'm trying to work it into every single conversation I have in some way, somehow. Sometimes people see your name tag and they'll be like, oh. Used to be people asked us every single day, what are the rates? What are the rates? Okay, people used to ask me all the time. So tell me do you know what the interest rate is today? It was like it was some kind of test, But anyway, I just would always have, something like, and I tried to use humor to kind of get there from here. That was my way of doing it. You guys each have to work on it. But you're going to find yourself in situations where your mind is telling you, oh my gosh, I'm offering specific assistance, and you need to know what it looks like. And you need to be ready for it. Okay, so specific assistance. I don't represent you. Okay, I look at it like family relationships. Family relationships. Does everybody in here have some kind of family relationship? Most of you are going to say yes. Okay, does everybody here I have a mom and dad. Everybody too? Mom and dad? Okay, of whatever form or fashion you have. Who here has kids? Okay, anybody married? Okay, married with children? Okay, anybody in here have stepkids? You've got stepkids. Okay. So here's when we're talking about relationships, an easy way for me to remember some of these relationships is bring it down to something that's familiar to you. Okay, so when I'm representing somebody, it's like we're married. Okay, it's a really serious relationship, right? It has tax consequences. They expect things. There's money involved. Okay, that's representing somebody. When I'm providing them specific assistance, that's kind of like we're dating. We're getting to know each other, right? We're deciding whether or not we want to formalize our relationship. Or if I'm dating someone and I'm married to someone else over here, in theory, the person I'm dating, my relationship is not as serious with them as it is with the person I'm married to. Does that make sense? Or at least the law says the marital relationship is more serious than the dating relationship. Would you all agree? Okay, and I hate to use it like that. I'm not trying to be gross. I'm just trying to say, think of it like what's more serious. And then I look at it with children, biological children, right? Biological children, you would think that you represent them. Now, if you have stepkids, you still have a relationship with them, but it's one step different than your relationship with your own child. Would that make sense? Not necessarily good, bad, or indifferent. It's just different. Maybe you might even say my biological kids are probably a higher relationship. Probably stepkids, I bet they could get awful close to biological children and how you feel about them, but there still is a difference if they're not your biological child. Do you get that? So just that makes specific assistance just one little thing less. Does that make sense? Than representing. Representing someone is like being someone's warrior champion. Who would you put yourself on the line for? Most people would only put themselves on the line for people that are family or that they want to make their family in one way or the other. Does everybody get that? So what does specific assistance look like? Did you have a question?
Oh, no, I was going to say, so if you were like at an open house and you asked somebody, you were talking about homes and what they were looking for, they weren't working with somebody and you asked them, well, would it be okay if I emailed you more properties?
Yes.
That would be when you would have them sign specific assistance.
Correct. You could start, and then you have I like to do now open house. Open house, you can make it incredibly productive and you can do some things right then and there. Also, you can you're always trying to make an appointment. I'm always trying to make an appointment for after the open house. Okay, because I never know who's the next person who's going to walk in. And then I'm sitting over here working with somebody looking at properties, and then 3 other people are coming in where I could be making appointments with them too.
I don't look at properties for them. I just ask them what they're looking for, so I can email it to
Yes.
them on the MLS automated
Yep.
thing.
So one of the things that you ought to think about doing, and remember, I'm okay, and we're okay with when you start that relationship if you just email them the AREC. Why are we okay with that? Why am I okay as a manager with you emailing ARECs to people?
That's the whole point. You're telling them what you're doing.
Yeah, well, no, I'm gonna have a conversation. I'm sending you what is considered our consumer disclosure. And when we really start moving forward, I'm gonna ask you to execute this document. I wanna give you an opportunity to review it, ask me any questions about it. I want you to feel comfortable with it. And if they're willing to sign it right there, I'm done. We're signing right there. But I like to give people the opportunity to understand that we're not just going for coffee. Now we're going to dinner and a movie. Now there's expectations involved. We're starting a real estate relationship. So if you consider open house is like having coffee with someone, no expectation free. We're sitting down, we're having a cup of coffee, we're talking. Okay. Now when I start making plans to email you, now we're making a date, right? Now I need to think about disclosure. Okay, and I think that's perfect. And I'm okay with, if they're willing to sign, have them sign. That's fine. If somebody says, oh yeah, give me that, I'll sign that, no problem. Cool, get it done. If not, I'm also okay with you emailing them, letting them know that when you start to get together and showing properties and looking at properties, then I'm okay, and I believe Gabe's okay with people seeing properties. But once you start showing properties, that's when the AREC is a absolute no-fly zone. I can't have you showing properties without having an AREC signed, period.
So yeah, so I sort of thought that if I sign people up for an email feed, I don't necessarily have to, and that's happening in an open house, I don't necessarily have to give them an AREC.
That's correct, but I would prefer.
You're saying email them.
I would prefer to email them the AREC and say that when we start.
Do you mind doing this just so it's clear? What
Yep.
your
Expectations are, right? And then if you want to start seeing properties, I'm going to have you sign this. And the reason why I like that, for me, first of all, I get it done. Second of all, I have an electronic proof that I sent it. How do you like them apples? How do you like that? I have electronic proof that I provided them this document. Third thing I have is then when I go to talk about it, they know that I follow through. Third thing and fourth thing for me is I know if they're giving me a bogus or email address or not.
How about just texting them? Number?
I don't know how you would text them, that document. You can text them that document, but that would be,
They can't.
I mean, and it's very different. I mean, when you guys text me documents, sometimes I'm like, hello, come on.
So when you email that document, they have to theoretically print it off, and you could say, when we meet, bring that with you. And if
You
they-
could, or I'll have another one of those for you to execute.
Right, or you'd have to put a DocuSign little arrow on it if you sent email and wanted it
I
back.
don't, just you guys remember, I'm just asking you to send it.
Heads up.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily having you,
Oh, okay,
if they're willing to sign it, great, that's fabulous. But I'm not forcing the issue at that moment. Yeah, okay, so let's talk about duties owed to somebody when they're getting specific assistance. Let's talk about this. Here it is. Here you go. It's right up here. Duties owed to a consumer. And the consumer is all humanity. If you have a pulse, they're your consumer. Okay? Exercise of reasonable skill and care. This sounds like a low threshold. Guess how high a threshold this is? How high is a reasonable skill and care? It's the same skill and care that your broker provides people. It's a very high threshold. So when we say we have to exercise reasonable skill and care, that's a high threshold, not a speed bump, a high one. So we have to bring our skills up, is what I'm trying to say.
Your license.
Your license.
And the assumption is that your skill and care is equivalent to the ability necessary to get your license.
Correct. It's very high. It's not low. I need everybody to know that. Okay, honest and good faith fair dealing. Honest and good faith dealing. We have to be honest and fair to everyone we come into contact with, irrespective of if they are our client or not. Okay, and just like I was telling you, just like we were talking with earlier about, you still owe honest and good faith fair dealing to the other opposite licensee, you still owe to the opposite client, you still owe them honest and good faith fair dealing. Okay, that's a duty you owe them. Okay. Timely presentation of all written communication, and we can all argue about what written communication is. Let's just say if you receive it and it's written, I call it communication. That means I'm talking text messages. I'm talking email especially, and really what we really mean by this, you guys, is contracts. Okay, contracts would be the highest form of written communication. Would you all agree? Next, I want you to consider email. When your client makes a request to you in email, you might want to consider that to be written communication, because I think they consider it to be written communication. So for example, your client was asking you at a critical time in your negotiating process, and as we were getting closer to the closing, to do an early occupancy agreement. And one of the things I said to you was, you need to explain to them that this would be maybe not the right moment to ask for early occupancy, but they were kind of pushing for that, right? Okay. So again, timing is everything. But she had got a written communication from her client to ask her to do something. What did she need to do? She needed to follow through. And we eventually got early occupancy for the client, right? Okay. Yep. Okay. Disclosing all material information known by a licensee regarding the physical condition of the property. Okay. If I know something to be true, I must disclose it. Now, what do I not know to be true? Let's talk about that for a second. What do I not know to be true? Can I see through walls? No. Okay. Have I read a home inspection? That's a yes or no. I mean, I may know. How about have I reviewed the seller's disclosure statement? Okay. Then I may know some things about the property, right? Okay, how about I am standing here in this particular room. What do you I spy with your naked eye over there? What do you I spy with your naked eye up on the ceiling over there?
Water slide.
Okay, what does that mean?
Could be mold in the attic.
Wow, you went to a strange place. I'm like, back up, Jim. Okay, all we know is there's evidence that at some point in time, there was water on that ceiling tile, or there was liquid on that ceiling tile of whatever kind or fashion. Now, what else could there be? You're right. Now we could open up a whole Pandora's box. But all we know for sure is there is a stained ceiling tile back there. I don't know anything more than that. Until what?
You go look at it.
Well, until it gets investigated, would you all agree?
Yeah.
But I don't want to go straight to the mold thing yet, because that's kind of outside.
Somebody could have spilled his coffee.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody could have watered a plant upstairs and it could have come down the curtain wall. There could be condensation.
Dirty before it ever went up.
Yeah, it could be an old one that somebody just they spilled something on and then they put it up and thinking nobody would notice. Do you get the point? So I can see something back there. I know that it's evidence of something else, but that's all I know. Okay? Unless it's kind of like asking somebody whether or not they're pregnant. Right? Anybody ever made a mistake of asking a woman whether or not she was pregnant or not? Okay. Some lovely ladies are just carrying a little bit of carrying extra
You better know.
love.
You better
Right?
know.
There better be a baby coming out. That's what I got to
It's been
say.
a long time when that issue gathering information.
No, it's like, should I ask, should I not? Maybe I'm.
Maybe.
You know what I used to
I met
say?
a woman this weekend, she was pregnant, and she said she was having her baby in July, and I was like, oh, that's great, because my son's birthday is in July, and he just wakes up every day like it's the best day of his whole entire life, and she's like, oh, that's good. And so a little while later, I asked her if she was having a boy or a girl, and she goes, 5 each. I was like, wow.
What? Whoa, dodge that bullet. But do you see what I mean? You want to be very careful.
So whenever I had a customer that I was wondering if she was pregnant or not, I wasn't 100% sure. Somewhere in the conversation, I would just say, you know, what's going on with you? You look like you're glowing. What is
Oh, there you
going
go.
on?
Oh,
And if
did
she
you get
doesn't
that?
tell me that she's pregnant,
Yeah.
I just assume that she's not.
Yeah. You know what? Good call, my friend. Good call. Yeah. Can you just imagine? Like, let's be careful out there, shall we? Okay. So, disclosing all material information known by a licensee regarding the physical condition of the property. Please do not be afraid to say, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'll find out for you, but I don't know. Okay. By the way, you are verboten. That means forbidden to go into crawl spaces and attics unless you physically own the property. Did you just hear me? Your broker says, do not go in attics and crawl spaces.
What about
Because? Like, if you have an open house and there's people that come in, they just want to look around.
Okay, here's the deal. You do not owe, if somebody is interested in making an offer, then certainly, yeah, we're not letting, you guys, think about this for just a minute. We are not letting consumers down into people's attics and crawl spaces.
How do you say that?
You're just like, are you interested in writing an offer on this place? Yeah, now maybe opening a hatch and looking down, fine. Okay, that might be okay, but getting down into someone's attic and crawl space, no. Going up into someone's attic, have you guys, there's movies out there that'll show you people get up places. Number one, they can get stuck. Number two, believe it or not, that's a fire penetration. Does everybody know what I mean by that? The attic hatch. If it is sealed and somebody opened it, you've just created you have to actually put that back. Okay, so don't let people up in people's attics. Okay. Not only that, sometimes people store valuable possessions when they're getting their house ready for sale. Some people are just trying to case out a joint.
This whole time, whenever they show up with a kid, that's the first thing I do.
You shove, do you? And just like shove them down
Give
there?
them all
Yeah.
flashlights.
Okay.
You know, I had an inspector come and he had to break that seal. He
Yeah.
says, who's gonna put this
Voice
seal?
That's
over.
exactly correct.
And
Blue.
I had to
It is
call
a
and
fire
see-
seal. You guys, it's a fire seal. I'm not even kidding.
That's flashlights I use.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
who's responsible to put that seal back once the inspector breaks it?
In theory, the buyer
Find the
is.
plastic egg.
In theory, the buyer is because they're paying for the inspection. But that is a fire seal. Isn't that interesting? Okay, but when I'm telling you, don't let strangers. Okay, by the way, think about it this way. Would you open up your checkbook to a stranger? How about this? What happens if they get injured? Well, who opened up the hatch? Honestly, who's getting sued? Right?
And how can you tell them in a nice way, sir, don't go down there?
Yeah, just say that's not part of an open house. Why would anyone think that you're in an open house, you're gonna go down into someone's crawl space? Why would that even be why would that
Open
be a,
inspection,
huh?
open inspection time.
Yeah, no, this is not, yeah.
Same showing.
Yeah, no, you say no. If they're gonna make an offer on the now, can you open up the hatch and look? Yes. Can you physically go down in it? No. Ask them, do you have some kind of insurance policy that covers you? It's on that, you guys, think about this. It's on the homeowner's insurance policy. If you or someone else gets injured on the property, you don't own the house. That is absolutely not okay for you to get into there.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
If they have made an offer, can they go with the home inspector under the?
Yes.
home? But not
Yes.
until then?
It's not their home.
Okay.
Yeah, no. And you guys, I'm really.
I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, and you need to be very, very careful, okay? Unless they're, and by the way, why would it, now I get it that you maybe want to see down in there, but actually getting down there and doing some kind of, if you don't have a skill in a trade, so I would tell you, Abraham wanting to go down and look at a crawl space makes a lot more sense to me than me wanting to go down and look at a crawl space. Number one, Abraham knows what he's looking at. I don't. I mean, looks like a crawl space. I mean, okay, there's the spider web. Okay, what am I looking at? Ask somebody a question. What are you looking for? Are you worried about water? Are you worried about a sump pump? What are you looking for? Did you? Home inspector's job. Yeah, there you go. It's the home inspector's job. Okay. Okay. Now representation. What does representation look like?
I'm gonna open this house for you. Let's go in and check it out.
It's like warrior champion. I am now I'm using higher skill sets. Okay. I'm fighting for you now. Who in your world would you fight for? Would you fight for your kids?
Yeah.
Would you fight for your spouse, your significant other? Okay. Who am I fighting for? That's what representation looks like. So you owe all of the duties of specific assistance. Okay. All of those plus not intentionally taking actions which are adverse or detrimental to a consumer. Like what? Like, for example, Jim, in your case, when you were on West 79th, Jed was talking about whether or not he was thinking about buying that listing.
Right.
But we were talking about not intentionally taking actions which are adverse or detrimental. So I knew on that property, because we knew that they were going to maybe go into a short position, that we might be able to take advantage of that customer, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the issue. If everybody knows about it and they're fine, they just want to get it sold, it's one thing. But if you actually take action that is detrimental to your client, that's a no-no, okay? Timely disclosure of conflicts of interest to a consumer. When do you disclose conflicts of interest?
Right away.
What does right away mean?
Yeah.
Soon as you know them. As soon as you know them. Anybody in here have rentals? Okay. The next time you go to rent your property, you do know that you have to do an AREC with whoever comes and takes a look at your property.
You know, I have a little stack of here.
Yeah. And you also have to have with your AREC has to be a disclosure of conflict of interest.
And I also have those.
Okay, so you have to have those two things together. Meaning if I am renting my own property, I have to provide the buyer with specific assistance. I'm representing my what? Self. I represent myself. You got that? We had somebody, when I talked to them about their own rental, they're like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? What am I talking about? Okay, does that make sense to you? It's a conflict of interest if you're renting your own property. Okay, timely disclosures. Advising consumers to seek independent expert advice if a matter is outside of the expertise of a licensee. Okay, and by licensee, I mean outside of the expertise of your professional license. Okay, now, meaning you're going to find out a lot of stuff about law. You're going to find out a lot of stuff about finance. You're going to find out a tremendous amount about home inspection. A couple of you are going to become experts in new construction. Some of you are going to become experts in multis. A lot of you are going to get all kinds of other expertise. That's great. You're licensed as a real estate salesperson. That is the lane you stay in. Don't get out of your lane. Don't pretend that because we learn a lot about contracts that all of a sudden we are attorneys and we're advising people about contracts. Okay, because what? You are not an attorney. You're a real estate salesperson. You're going to learn a lot of how a lot of things work, but you can't operate outside of your licensure. Home inspectors are licensed. Appraisers are licensed.
Home inspectors are licensed, like, or licensed?
They have a different license. They all have they all have a professional license. Okay. You have to make a not disclosing consumer confidential information during or after representation without written consent of the consumer unless it's required by law. Required by law means you're subpoenaed or you have a court order. Subpoena or court order. Making a good faith and continuous effort to accomplish a consumer's real estate objective. Meaning if you're working with a buyer that you're showing them properties until they get into an offer and they purchase a property. If you're listing a property, means you make a continuous good faith effort to find a buyer for that property, which is the big deal about marketing, you guys. Just putting a sign up and slapping a property on the MLS, most of us don't believe is making a good faith and continuous effort to accomplish a seller's objective, FYI. Okay, I'm trying to get buyers to the property. Okay, what do you know about neutral licensing?
It's great.
Is it?
Yeah.
It is the most dangerous position to be in. Most dangerous, most risk. Okay, most risk. What does being in a neutral licensing position mean? Who knows?
It means that both parties know that that's the position that they're in and that they both said that it's okay.
Okay, in order to go into neutral licensee, okay, you have to have two things. Okay, one is a listing. Okay, the other is a buyer client. I want to be very, very, very careful that you understand what a buyer client is with your listing. Okay, and here's how this normally works. And you'll typically hear the rest of us talk about double ending a listing. Okay, when we double ended a listing, what does that mean? We got both sides of the commission. I got the selling side and the listing side. I do not have to move into the neutral licensee position. As a matter of fact, I want you pushed and shoved into the neutral licensee position. How would this look like? Okay, just now, here's the most common mistake I see people make. Are you ready? You have a listing and you get a sign call. You go out to show the property and you automatically go into the neutral licensee position when they write an offer. Okay, and what position should you offer that buyer? Specific assistance and represent your seller. This guy just called up off a sign call. You have an existing fiduciary relationship with the seller. Okay? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
You said,
Well, what can you do the whole thing under specific?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What's the exact requirement for neutral?
Neutral licensee, I want to watch it like, I want you to, thank you for asking. So I have a listing and I've had it and it's being marketed and now I meet a buyer. And now my buyer's needs are exactly the listing I have, but they are a buyer client. Someone I have in an AREC that says I'm representing them, and I've also been showing them other property as being their warrior champion. Not a casual relationship where somebody just calls you on the phone. Not a sign call, not an open house, okay? Not a casual, but an actual client who I've gotten pre-qualified, we've been showing them other property. Now they want to go right on my listing. Now I have to move into neutral licensee because I have a buyer client and a seller client. My buyer client wants to buy my seller client's property. That is what you move into neutral licensee position for. Not a sign call, not a buyer walking in on open house. But if I have the listing, a buyer comes in off an open house and says, oh my God, I love it, I want it. What relationship do I offer them? Specific assistance.
Then you can run the whole contract.
Of course you can.
Whole deal.
Absolutely. And 100% legal.
You have to tell the owner that you're representing them.
You cannot represent two parties in the same transaction ever. You can only provide, you can represent one party and provide the other party specific assistance, or you can provide specific assistance to both parties. That's the neutral licensee position. Words of your mouth are very important here, guys. You can never represent two parties in the same transaction. Specific assistance is neutral to both parties. Yes, ma'am.
So when you provide specific assistance to a person that comes in an open house and says, I want to buy this house, what does that look like as far as
Bless you.
helping them close on the buyer end of it?
You are doing all of the same tasks. So your tasks are the same, okay? But your loyalty is to the seller.
Okay, that's what I was trying to
Yeah,
think.
there you go.
So if you write up that purchase sale,
Yeah.
how are you going to work the addendum and the counter offers?
It's absolutely fine. And how you do it is, first of all, you do it with us a couple times, but your job is to always protect your client.
And
Okay.
does that person with the specific assistant understand this?
Of
or-
course they do, because remember, you guys, look, go back up to specific assistance. Remember, I still have to give them good faith and fair dealing.
Okay.
I still have to give them I still have to give them good faith and fair dealing. So there's nothing that I'm going to do that I wouldn't do with someone else anyway, except I'm not pushing an agenda. Does that make sense? I'm not pushing an agenda. I'm letting them make their own best decisions on some things. I'm giving them some information. Okay, yes, sir.
What about if they are, let's say I'm selling my own house and I found a buyer.
Okay, so let me ask you, can you ever go neutral to yourself? You need to really think about that. There's no judge in the world that would say that you could go neutral licensee to yourself. Basic self-interest. You're always going to have your own best interest at heart. And your families. You could still represent yourself and provide specific assistance to a buyer who wanted to buy your house. That'd be fine. However, in that case, what would I absolutely tell you to do? For your sanity and your license, I would tell you to refer that buyer out to someone else.
I can help you with that.
Yeah, there you go. Stephanie's good. Okay. What does designated licensee means? Who knows what it really, really means? I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. What does it really, really mean? Designated licensee, guys.
It's where your broker tells, let's say like somebody moved out and the thing's still here, they can assign you.
No. It basically goes back, you're very, very close. But basically it goes back to, remember, when we have dual agency, the broker held the listing. Now, you all are, if you sell an in-house listing, operating under designated licensee, meaning that it is 100% legal for you Abraham to represent the seller, and for you to represent the buyer, and for you to have the same broker. That's designated licensee. It's an in-house transaction. You share the same broker. Does that make sense?
That's what Jen and I are doing right now.
Yeah, same.
Is that any kind of disclosure paper that needs to be in the contract?
No. Okay.
This is a licensing question.
Yes, it was. Okay.
I'm glad you remember that.
No, well, the only relationships that you have to disclose, specific assistance without representation. I'm helping you. So think of specific assistance without representation as help. Representing, I'm your warrior champion. Neutral licensee, my relationship with my seller steps down, and now I'm helping both parties. I am no longer ready, which is why a lot of us don't want to go into the neutral licensee position. I'm no longer my seller's warrior champion. You're both on the equal level. It's a teeter-totter. You're both on the equal level playing field.
I actually understand.
Does your seller have to agree to that?
Yes, absolutely. And a lot of sellers will not. A lot of sellers will be like, yeah, no, because when we go in for the listing appointment, what are we telling our sellers? I'll fight for you. I'll negotiate unless I have a buyer, and then I'll just help you. See that? Okay, I need to give you a 10-minute break right now, guys. I can see it in your eyes. You need to. Oh, and by the way, who here has a license?
Yo, I got one.
Yeah.
You got one?
Yes, ma'am.
For realsies? I have your first hours of PLE.
Oh, I thought you were gonna give me a listing, or whoever said they had a license.
I was like,
That was me.
First PLE? Oh, I thought we had that last Monday. And I missed the one.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome.
Yeah, this is the first hour PLE in the whole.
Teresa,
Oh,
the
first hour of giving. I'm gonna give you another hour in a minute. Yes, ma'am.
What do you have planned for Thursday?
What do I have planned for Thursday? As far as, what goes?
Class.
I'm probably not, I'm not understanding your question.
What is class going on? And I guess I'm kind of asking if I can get the packet to go with the class. I need to go to a thing at my husband's work.
You're getting way too much work done.
That's where I'm gonna commit
Okay.
class. So I was trying to find out if I could just-
Bullshit,
Well,
you're not
get
paying
with me
attention.
afterwards.
Okay.
Okay? Get with me afterwards.
Multitasking. They don't have that.
And then I'm
We
just
get
gonna
that.
bring both
Yeah.
kids to work day,
Oh, only one kid?
because he doesn't want both of our kids.
Gotcha.
And his kids while he's doing
What is he?
tour. He's the water wastewater treatment.
Oh. Love that.
And so I told him if I could, I would come, so both kids could come. That's why I was trying to find out what we were gonna do. Okay. I have a question.
Yes. Yes, but we can also find out from the title officer. That's no problem. That is correct, Linda.
Important question.
Yes.
I also have one question for you
Yes, ma'am.
before because my client has always been asking
Yes.
about closing,
Uh-huh.
even if we're not gonna close yet. Because he wants to close on the weekend. Is there a thing we can close on the weekend?
No.
No. Is there?
I'm unaware of any title company that will close on a weekend.
So-
Because it has to be state recorder's office has to be open.
I should just tell him, call in sick,
Call what?
call in sick for him.
He might have to take off work and make an appointment. Yeah, so the answer is no. And a buyer, just because we might be able to do you might be able to do a courtesy closing late or early. But yeah, weekends, title companies are not open because recorder's offices are not open.
Can I do after, on a Thursday, 6 o'clock?
What you need to do is you need to get with the title officer and request early that it would be very difficult for him to get off work. Can we do some kind of courtesy closing late or early, or to make an appointment that might work with his schedule?
Okay.
Okay, but remember, he also has to bring a cashier's check. Okay. So he has to arrange that as well. It's not just going to the closing. You have to be prepared when you go to the closing. He has to bring his identification, and he has to bring whatever funds he brings have to be good funds or cashier's check.
Okay. I haven't, about the preliminary title report, I haven't received that yet.
Okay.
Is that something I need to ask?
No, what you need to remember is she's probably not going to order it until after the home inspection.
Okay.
Okay, remember.
She's trying to put
What she wants to make sure is she doesn't order a number of different things, not knowing whether or not the buyer is going to move forward. So listing licensees are always afraid to commit to opening title at a certain title company or ordering a resale certificate that they're time sensitive. So you don't want to order one and then not be able to meet the time deadlines on providing it to a buyer, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, because of all these deadlines, like they have 5 days to review it, she wants to make sure that you're moving forward. Have you heard, has Susan been talking to you anymore?
No.
No? Yeah, so she's just waiting. Okay, so everything, that's what I'm saying, this home inspection is such a hinge point. You don't do anything with a buyer, literally nothing, until you get the home inspection. And then it's gonna be boom, 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 boom. Okay, what do you got, mister?
Just curious if I'm preparing this correctly.
Okay.
For the deliveries we need.
Okay.
So switch.
That's fine, that's no worries. Let me see. Let me look at what, okay.
As soon as it loads.
No worries.
guys, let me try it again.
No worries.
They didn't have any information on it, so I'm just kind of getting ahead of it.
That's okay. Let it load, and then when you're ready, show it to me. So no worries. Okay, so tell me, we're gonna have another, would you please sign it for another hour of class? Does anybody have a question on the AREC? What do you do in specific situations? Are you worried about it? When do you go neutral? Never. You want to really be pushed into that. You're at your greatest vulnerability, you're at your greatest liability you have going neutral, okay? Why is that again? Because you have previously told someone that you're going to be their warrior champion, and now you're changing your tune. Uh-oh. Okay? Uh-oh. It's a, I really need to think about this, okay? Okay. Are you getting it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you sign right there, and then go up, 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 up. You cannot do this. You cannot click these. They have to click those.
Okay, I haven't sent it to them, I
Yeah,
just, I
but
was
it's,
preparing it.
but it's their initials go here, and then they have to choose one or the other. Okay?
Okay.
And then you can't click that because the buyer has the right to choose. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So sellers have to answer the question. So initial here, then choose one or the other. Initial here, choose one or the other. Buyers have to go down here independently and say what they're going to do. Your job is that you inform the sellers of your options.
But so I can include that with just with my signature.
Yep, but you could ask, I know this is your work, right?
Yeah.
You can basically, I know for him, you can say, you don't know because you don't have the listing.
Right.
So you have to ask the seller for this. You don't do that. The listing licensee does. Oh, I can't wait to hear.
I had gone back to my open house.
Yeah.
And I had already packed up my car, I knew my jeans and my Live Your Dreams t-shirt, and my hair is all over the place, and I'm all sweaty and gross, and I'm walking out the door, and I'm getting ready to go get the key to lock back up, and there's this guy in suit standing outside with me at my open house sign. I smiled and I said, "Hi, can I help you?" And they were like, and I was like, "Did you want to
see that?
See that?" I mean, only because he had a smaller kid with it. And he goes, "Well, we can't come to your open house tomorrow." And I was like, "Why can't I'm just cleaning. Would you like to come inside?" And he's like, "Are you the listing licensee?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," because I was tired.
Yeah.
Then I was like, "I'm Stephanie Persinger. I'm the hosting licensee, and it's just getting ready to leave. But if you wanted to come and look, it turns out he's a neighbor." But at the very end, when we're getting ready to, he's also an investor, and he's looking to buy another 1031 to replace the one he has.
Nice.
And he was like, I was like, yeah. He's like, "Do you know what a 1031 is?" And I'm like, "Yes, sir, I know what a 1031 is." And he's like, "Great." I was like, "Well, are you already working with another agent?" And he goes, "No, but can I get your card? I really enjoyed talking to you. And
Nice.
when I find another property that I want to replace it with, I'll call you, and I would love to work with you." And I was like, "Yes."
That's when an investor is selling a rental property. In order to avoid the short-term or long-term capital gains, they'll do an IRS 1031, and we spoke about it earlier.
But it was because I found all those classes in January.
Mhm.
And I was like, "Oh, yes, sir, I know what that is."
Oh, because we went to class and you knew what it was?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
But overall, he likes her.
Yes.
He likes talking to you. So even if you didn't know about it, he would still work with you.
It's a very good chance.
It's a
Very good chance.
Because you like the relationship was already, you're like 1% building a relationship already.
Okay, you guys, so let's talk about confidentiality. What's the big deal about confidentiality in real estate? What's the really big fat deal about confidentiality with you guys being licensees?
You don't feel information that would jeopardize your deal,
Correct?
or would make your buyer lose that, supposedly you would be getting that deal, but then the other licensee kind of know what's going on, and he's like, oh no, you should just let them not have this because I heard that.
Sure.
Something like that.
Yep, that's super good. That's an excellent example. So one of the things I want you to be very, very careful of is you need to treat your clients like they are the CIA. Do we want to leak secrets? No. How about, has anybody, how free and easy and open are you with your financial information?
I don't even write checks.
You don't even write checks, okay? There's some people who are super free and easy about their financial information. They'll kind of tell you everything about themselves, including their social security number, and they'll show you everything. Other people are super private, okay? I would always assume, to your betterment, that your client is a very private individual. That way, when you're keeping their secrets, you will be always in good stead, and it will keep you to where you're like a vault of information. You're going to find out some very personal information about people. You're going to find out the people that you think have lots and lots and lots of money, not so much. You're going to find out all kinds of interesting information about folks. You have to be able to keep a secret in real estate. And how long do you have to keep that secret? Forever. So who else has that kind of confidentiality, you guys? Okay, a priest, you are correct. A doctor, anyone in the medical field now is operating under HIPAA. Okay, that's privacy protection. Anyone, an attorney has an attorney-client privilege. You need to consider that the information about your clients is privileged, which means, again, that you don't disclose information. You also need to be very careful about your clients' information that you receive, like 90% letters that I see upstairs, earnest money checks that get left on copiers for days. Okay, what other kinds of stuff? Somebody's printing out an offer and leaves the offer upstairs in the production room, and I can go look and write and see what offer was just written on a property, which means that my client could do what?
Make a better offer.
I could be like, oh, I could offer one different thing and I could get this offer. Do you see my point? Okay. What about the financial stability of your client? Here's all a seller needs to know. I always think this is very interesting. And I normally have, I like it when I have a senior licensee who likes to argue this point with me because it's pretty funny. Some licensees think that you need to show your client in the strongest position possible. I'm going to actually tell you something that seems counterintuitive, that you want your client to be seen as just barely qualifying. Why do you think you want somebody to be seen as just barely qualifying?
It's easy to get concessions.
Say it again, again.
Easy to get concessions.
Yeah. If I've got somebody who is financially capable, but gosh, they're going to need some closing costs. Okay, I have the right to say that. But why should somebody who's supremely well qualified, think about this for a second, someone who's supremely well qualified, when I'm writing a purchase and sale agreement, guys, one of the things that I see people do all the time, which it cracks me up, because once you see these a lot, you'll be like, what, that doesn't make much sense to me. So if you, in a purchase and sale agreement, guys, come over here and you tell me that they're going to make a financing offer, they're going to go conventional, and you come over here under minimum down payment and tell me that they're putting 20% down. And then you ask me for closing costs. Guess what a smart seller is going to say?
No.
They're going to say, yeah, well, if they can put 20% down, they can pay their own closing costs. So if I just write here min or minimum, and I don't tell you the percentage, or I don't tell you how much money they're putting down, then I can normally ask under the additional terms and conditions for closing costs. Okay, so Aaron, can I rat you out?
Please.
So we were putting together an offer this weekend.
Yes.
Okay, and one of the things that I saw you do, which is I've seen other people do it before, so I am not picking on you, my friend, is you came over here and you said a couple things. First, it was going, this buyer was going FHA, so you wrote 3.5%, which by the way, 3.5%, boys and girls, that is the point of going FHA. Right? That is if you're going FHA, the entire point of going FHA is it's a low down payment, 3.5%. But why did I tell you to still put min?
I'll let you explain that.
Okay, that's he just did it, he didn't listen.
I think that's just a good habit.
Yes, excellent. Every one of your contracts being consistent, putting min down there. Okay, that's number one. Number two, believe it or not, an FHA buyer can choose to put a higher down payment down if they want to. Okay, it seems counterindicatory because typically the reason why they're going FHA is to get the low down payment. Okay, that is correct. But maybe they're going to do 4%, not 5%. You never then have to go back and do a amendment to the contract changing the down payment. If your buyer, by the way, and you'll never have a buyer like I did, who once said, oh, we're going to go FHA and do 3.5. So I put 3.5. Then they're like, oh, no, we've decided we're going to go conventional. So then there's an amendment to switch to a conventional loan at 5% down. Oh, well, I guess we decided to do 10. Okay, there's a conventional loan at 10%. Okay, then they decided to do conventional 20. There was an amendment for conventional at 20%. Oh, then stop the race car. They're actually a VA buyer and decided to go 0 down. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 amendments, making me look like a complete and total asshat moron because they changed their financing 5 times. Okay, do you follow me down the road? What if I'd have just put min down payment? Then all I would have had to say is they've changed from FHA to conventional to VA, whatever that was. Okay, do you get that? Now, what did you think that seller thought at the end of the day when they found out that they had money? They had money. They could go and they could qualify for a conventional 20% down. Now when they asked for repairs, guess what they got? Nothing. Nothing. So it's very psychological depending on what position you are in. Does that make sense? If I'm a veteran and I ask for closing costs, all of us licensees are going to say what? We're going to say no problem. So a veteran loan has a 0% down. That is part of the component of the loan, and veterans are typically asking you to pay their closing costs, okay? And their veterans are commonly, this is common every day, twice on Sunday, getting in for 0 down, okay? That's common. We all know this. We're all going to say, yes, Mr. Seller, that's common. Now, watch this. Go back up here and put 0 here. Put 0. That same seller will have a hissy fit and say they have to have money into the transaction. They can't do 0 down. And then you can say, well, the whole idea of a VA loan is that it's a 0 down payment loan program. Sellers will just refuse to look at the offer or accept the offer just because it says 0 down. It's very psychological. So you just write min. It's the same thing. They're going to put the minimum down payment. For a veteran, the minimum down payment is 0.
What if the licensee seller sees that?
That's fine. They know. We know. But it's just the seller, when they see 0 there, they flip out. They just think they could write 0 and I'll pay your closing costs. Right. But my point being is sellers just don't, it's psychological. They don't like to see it. Now, the next thing that Aaron did this weekend, which is very common, you want the seller to pay the buyer's closing costs. Okay? So you come to these money boxes right here, and you start to mark the origination fee, commitment fee, discount points, and MIP to the seller. Okay? That sounds great, except what are the additional terms and conditions? That's where you make all the changes to the offer. So you need to do standard splits here in this section. Do what we call standard splits. What does that mean? Okay, there are closing cost split sheets in every single one of the forum stores. They're in every single one of the packets. They're everywhere. They show the standard splits. They show that the buyer does the origination commitment, discount, MIP, who's going to pay everything else. The buyer does credit report reserves and prepaids. Then when you go to your additional terms and conditions, you ask for the seller to pay the closing costs. Okay? When a seasoned licensee sees that the check boxes are not standard, all of a sudden we're going to go, whoa, 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 whoa. What are you doing? Even though it is exactly the same thing, trust me, I understand where you were coming from, Aaron, because you were saying, well, I'm asking them to pay these fees. So let me just mark those boxes. Okay? But be careful doing that. What you really want to do is do standard splits and then go mark. Okay? That puts your client in the best possible situation, because when a seasoned licensee pulls out their contract and they go and look at splits, they see that they're marked what we call correctly. Then they go to the additional terms and conditions and see what you're asking for as far as closing costs. Okay?
So, my deal that I have.
Mm-hmm.
So she did go on, was asking for all these.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when we looked it out. Like, if you're like, you have to pay for it, you should, she's already asking for closing costs.
Correct.
So she doesn't have to pay buyer.
Correct. Right. And you have to make sure that, and the thing for you as a listing licensee, when you're a listing licensee, you have to vet those costs to make sure they're allocated correctly.
So since she's this experienced agent, why don't she put those in? So the thing for
Sure. Because
so how's that different when you're-
it's different when Aaron's trying to do, because he's going to go up against a very seasoned licensee, and I want him to look his best. Do you see what I'm saying? So I don't want him to look like he doesn't know exactly what he's doing. Otherwise, somebody's going to say, excuse me, what's your license number? Yeah.
So in the counter offer, you say,
We don't have to do it in the counter offer. I would just tell you, you would receive a counter offer. I mean, they're going to call you and ask you about it. Like, did you know that you didn't need to do that? Did you do standard splits and then the additional terms and conditions? That's when we make changes to the offer. Right? And that's on what page? What page? Which one? Which one, Zena? 7, right? 7, you're very close. Okay. So confidentially, I like letting people know that my buyer is just barely qualified so that I can get more concessions. How about this? I've got a seller who's going through a divorce. Do I tell anybody that my seller is going through a divorce?
No.
Why not? Fiduciary?
No.
No, what do you mean?
Buyers don't want to come into homes that have bad.
Juju? Oh, feng shui, interesting. That's true.
We got hammered on that on Sunday.
Did you really?
Yes, we did.
Oh, interesting. I want to hear what they had to say.
They wanted to know,
Yeah.
how was their business? Were they in divorce?
Yeah.
Did anyone die?
Yeah,
We're gonna bring a Catholic priest in here to bless the home.
love it.
All that.
Yeah. Is it anyone's business what goes on in that house?
It is.
Certain things are, like what? Murder, suicide within a certain statutory period of time.
It's not required by law.
It is required by law.
Maybe.
It is required by law. There's a murder or suicide that's occurred within the previous 12 months.
Somebody died.
Correct. Oh, correct.
But it's a good idea to disclose that.
Correct. Correct, because you're going to meet people who, and by the way, there are certain religious beliefs where they cannot be in the home, they cannot occupy a dwelling where there's been a dead body. Yeah.
that would have to be disclosed on Friday or somewhere.
There's 2 places to disclose. One is if you know you want to disclose, you want to talk to your seller about disclosing. The second is there's the seller's disclosure statement, remember? So when you go to the seller's disclosure statement, let's look at that for a sec.
No, after 3 years.
That is correct, my friend. So it says on page 5, are you aware of any murder or suicide having occurred on the property within the preceding 3? That's 3 years. And are you aware of any human burial sites on the property? It is also, just between you and the lamppost, illegal for you to dispose of any of your pets on your property. Just in case you didn't know that, and it's probably encouraged. Don't bury your dogs and cats in the backyard. Because when CSI comes out, they start digging back there, guess what happens? You're on the news because there's bones back there. Terrible. For real. Okay. I cannot answer that question. I really don't know. That's not my market area, but I would tell you, okay, it is also, you cannot dispose of any human burial, any humans in the back of a yard. Does that mean that I think that it's been done before? I know it has been. It's just illegal.
I think it's really an extension of don't bury.
Oh, I think there's all kinds of stuff that goes along with that, but literally it comes down to police nuisance calls and whatnot when people find bones. Guess what the first thing they do? They're flipping out. You know, there's too much CSI in the world, isn't there? Okay, but confidentiality means that you are able and willing to keep your certain things confidential. Now, I want to talk about the real world. Here's the real world. Real world is that I cannot, I am not the NSA. Okay. The idea being that the federal government cracked an iPhone, right? Did you all get that? There was a big controversy about iPhones. What was the controversy? Who remembers? San Bernardino. What happened in San Bernardino? Okay. Correct. There was some terrorists.
The FBI wanted to get access.
The FBI wanted access to their phone, and Apple said no. Okay, why would Apple say no to that request? Do you think that that is a reasonable request? Yeah. You do? Okay.
Well,
okay.
Well, if they were able to gain access to their information, where did it stop?
Yeah.
Who else's information are they allowed to have?
Sure.
I know, that's my justification.
I agree. It was a huge crime, and yes, they should go about the legal way to get access to it, but to just
Get access.
Right. Yeah, but they didn't get access legally. You may know how they got access? They paid a hacker.
$1 billion.
$1.6 million. The federal government paid a hacker who knew how to break into the phone, which FYI means what?
They are in everybody.
There you go. If somebody wants in your phone, they're in. Did you all know that?
They gave them $1.6 million for probably made a deal that worked for us.
Well, who knows? All I'm saying is FYI. But the bottom line is, I'm not trying to get all political and I'm not trying to get down a bunny hooper trail, but the idea that our information is protected is probably a false illusion, is what I'm trying to say. I think that it's illusion. Like, I have only a certain amount of ways to keep information private. But when it comes to my client's information and needing to make sure that I keep it private and confidential, what are things that I can do, legit can do? What can you do with your computer, for example? Password protection. Hopefully most of our computers nowadays are built in with password protection, correct? Okay, so how about we start being smart about password protection and we start making sure that we can do that. So thank you for that. Also, MLS. Any of you, the fine for allowing someone to access MLS is about $10,000, and they will kick you out, which then means you can't keep your job. So they take it very, very seriously because there is a lot of confidential information on the multiple listing service. Most specifically, what someone actually paid for a property and what they paid in closing costs. Okay? Right on the list, right on the closed. So if I go to, give me a sec, daily functions, because so that you and I, what's that? So that you and I can do an accurate CMA and we know what property is actually sold for. So when somebody is saying, they got $300,000, they paid $300,000. No, they didn't pay $300,000. They paid $290,000, right? So that you know accurately. Okay, isn't that important? So, right, so then that means they actually paid less for the house. $290. Isn't that smart for us to know? It does not show on the tax info because we do not disclose. Let's go to closed, guys. We're going to close listing. Then I'm going to Draper Drive. That's a red house. See that? I'm going down here. So now I know that the house was listed for $350. It sold for $335 with no closing cost. Okay, but what do we know? Look at how much they had to come down. 6 days. And one of the reasons they probably, well, first of all, the way you were able to negotiate the price. That's what that, you guys, that's actually why you look at closed. Is so that you can go tell somebody, yes, I understand that you want $400,000 for this house, but they didn't actually pay $400,000 for this house. They paid $380, which means if we price it at $400, expect an offer with closing costs. Okay?
Where are the closing costs?
Right here, hang on, right here, right here. Okay. Amount seller paid closing costs. In this particular example, it's $0. Okay, but let me go back. Let me go back to the list until I can find you one. So it shouldn't be very hard for me to find. I say that like it's true.
$0. So are these people just going to fill it out, right?
Nope. But what's there's $9,500 right there. So let's look at this one. 322.5 Margaret Circle. Let's see what the original. It was 332.5. They came down $10,000 plus they paid $9,500 in closing costs plus commission.
So that's the seller.
That's the seller. That's the seller. What the buyer was able to negotiate was $10,000 off the cost plus almost $10,000 in closing costs. Okay. So do you see what I'm saying? Now, what did the house actually, now, since we're professionals, what did the house actually sell for? And this is confidential information to whom? To the buyer who bought this property and the seller who sold it. However, when you look at your listing agreement, what your listing agreement says, FYI, is your seller agrees to list this confidential information into the multiple listing service so that our prices and our CMAs are accurate. We agree not to disseminate this information. Meaning, one of the things I've had to do with people is if somebody just randomly calls you up and wants to know what a house sold for, okay, I can give them that information, what a house sold for. If they ask me very much more information, I have to be careful about that. That's confidential information, you know? Yes. Okay. Yes, you can. But you need to be careful. You need to be careful. I'm just. Well, just, you know, one of the things I do sometimes is I say, well, thanks for calling. Why are you asking? Well, I just want to know. Well, I'm licensed and this is confidential information. So are you planning on selling your house? Well, no. Okay. Did you want me to come do a CMA for you? Well, no. Okay. That's how I do it.
If you have a client to do CMA,
yes,
they can have access.
You have access to this information. You're sharing it based on the fact that they are planning on listing the property. That's a different kind of conversation than just some Joe Blow calling you up asking what a house sold for. Now, which is also why, ready, watch this. When you see pending properties, okay, when properties are pending, all we know about them is they got an offer. Okay, now, I might be able to call Marianne and say, Marianne knows we work in the same office, we both operate under the same kind of ethics, she knows me, likes me, and trusts me. If I said, Marianne, I've got a property coming up, I've got a buyer who wants to buy, I'm just curious if you can give me an idea of what your buyer made an offer on, you know, what your buyer made. You can decide to share that with me because you know me, like me, and trust me, and you know that I'm a vault. Or you can be like, yeah, no, sorry, that's confidential information. Okay, now let's talk about lenders. Same thing. Lenders are under no obligation to share anything with you whatsoever. Do you get that? Absolutely none of your business. You are not the client. Who's the client? The buyer is the client. It may not be your buyer. You might be working for the seller. Okay. However, I certainly can try and get information, and people can certainly give me information, and it is okay to ask. It is not okay to demand. Does that make sense? I can ask anything I want, okay, with reasonability, all right, but I cannot demand that somebody give me information. Sure. And I think who did I do this with? Did I do this with Phil or Aaron? Can't remember. I called them up and I said, "Gosh, we've got an offer that we'd really like to accept, but they're asking for this seller is not going to go for this much in closing costs. So I need to know whether or not they either have some additional cash